Merhaba, günaydın. Zoom tarafı da sanırım geçti ve sesim gidiyor sanıyorum ki. Bir sorun yok. Merhaba, hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Etkinliğimiz İngilizce olduğu için açılış konuşmasında müsaadenizle İngilizce yapacağım. Good morning, everyone. I am Merve Diyarkaya. I am National Contact Point for European Innovation Council, European Innovation Ecosystem, and also European Institute of Innovation and Technology. It's great to be here with you in physical environment after a very long time. But we are also broadcasting the event via a Zoom software. So I would also welcome to online participants. The European Innovation Ecosystem is a new program under Horizon Europe, which aims to create more connected, inclusive and efficient innovation ecosystems in regional, national and European level. In this way, this EIE program targets to support the scaling of startups, SMEs and firms and support innovation to address important challenges in a responsible way in all European level. EIE is complementary with EIC, EIE, EIT, and also other Horizon Europe and EU funding programs. In EIE calls, there are emphasis on supporting emerging and moderate innovator countries like Turkey. Calls are also designed for participation of wide range of innovation stakeholders like technoparks, TTOs, clusters, associations. So your profile in today's event are in line with these expectations. Moreover, during the event, distinguished experts Odysseas, Christopher, and Nuno would be here with us with their valuable experiences and insights. They have immense experience in InnoSub program, which is ancestor of EIE program. I am sure they will introduce themselves more deeply, but I want to emphasize that their institutions just successfully finished Blokis project, which with 5.5 million euros under one of the most challenging InnoSub calls. So please don't hesitate to ask questions during the events. Lastly, we have also two valuable successful stories from InnoSub program, Istanbul Chamber of Industry and Istanbul Minerals and Metals Exporters Association. So I would also thank them to be with us and to share their experiences while carrying out their projects. Lastly, I would like also welcome all participants once again, and I wish fruitful training for all of you. I will be here during the events, so please don't hesitate to ask questions on this today's subjects. Thank you.
So, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
I need the clicker. Okay, thank you very much. Right, we're going to talk about the EIE work program. Okay, my name is Christopher Brewster. I'm a senior scientist at TNO. I'd like to this one. Yeah, all right. I'm a senior scientist at TNO, which is a big Dutch research laboratory, and I'm also a professor at University. Wonderful man titled The Application of the Measurement. So I start again. Okay. And I worked in European projects now for a very long time. I was just telling the National Contact Point that one of my first projects was in around 1990. It's been fun. It's been a long journey, and some of it has been successful and some of it has been unsuccessful. One of the reasons being that competition is very, very high in this area. So one of the lessons I would like all of you to take away is that it's a numbers game. You have to write a lot of proposals. You have to do it again and again and again. And the more you do it, the better you get at it. So yes, my experience in a lot of European projects has been, I'm not a project manager. I develop the vision and the idea about projects. I develop the concept. I have an extensive network around Europe for projects, and I focus particularly on the scientific vision. Now, I'm saying this not to show off, but to tell you that there are different kinds of expertise that are needed in putting together these projects. And not everybody has got everything. So that's why you need a team. Some people are good at the writing. Some people are good at the network. Some people are good at the project management or the process, let's say. Some people are good at budgets, I've got a bunch of academic publications, and I've done a certain amount of consulting on behalf of TNO for SMEs, startups, usually in the context of projects. My particular focus is food and agriculture. That's the area where I have a certain amount of expertise, and that's what interests me. So everything to do with the role that technology can play in the food system, in agriculture, and the wider context, the political, policy, regulatory context, and the way that interacts with data, with monitoring, with all those kind of things. And by extension, the application of these technologies in a very practical way. So how we do things. I expect or hope this will be reasonably interactive. I want you to feel, I know that some people are online, so I'm hoping the team will be able to convey any questions that we get online, but I'd like you to feel free to put your hand up and ask questions or to stop me. I'm not here just to lecture. So if people have a question or if I say something that's not clear, please ask. And I'm fully aware that people's language skills are not all the same. So if I'm going too fast, tell me that. If I need to explain something again, tell me that, please. This is not a lecture. This is a workshop. So what are we going to do in this session? We're going to talk about the EIE work program, what it's all about. We're going to talk a little bit about the key documents and what your expectations and the focus points should be. This is, remember, the first part of a 2-day workshop. So where we might be superficial here, we'll be getting into more detail later on in the day, today and tomorrow. Horizon Europe. I expect if you are at this meeting, you have an idea about what Horizon Europe means. As you know, it's a major initiative of the European Commission. It's a major activity. Not the most important. The most important is the Common Agricultural Policy in terms of budget. But it's still 95 billion euros over 7 years to be spent on science, research, innovation, and, and this is relevant to us here, the creation of communities, of networks, of clusters that make it possible to do things together. Those of you who are of a certain age or experience may remember years when I was young, when collaboration between universities across Europe and associated countries or companies was unheard of. You know, it would be a very rare academic who would be going from the universities in Istanbul or Ankara to a university in Germany or in the UK, let's say. Now that's completely normal. People do it for a week. People do it for a couple of days. People have complicated networks of interaction. That is the result of this initiative of the European Commission for the last 40 years. Yeah, 40 years. It's been a hugely integrative initiative in bringing people across Europe together and has had a huge knock-on effect in terms of companies being able to find the right expertise, being able to find the right collaborations, to find who has the technology that they need to do what they want to do. So you have three pillars. You have excellent science, you have global challenges, and you have Innovate Europe. So the excellent science, as you can see, has to do with, let's say, the core scientific element, funding new researchers, funding the top researchers, and creating the infrastructure. Pillar 2 is the classic European Commission Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe topics and calls, but there, if you look at the actual choice of priorities, and we'll come back to that, it's important to think about what are the priorities for the European Commission. These are words that you need to bring back into your text, into your proposal, these issues about the global challenges and the increase of European competitiveness, right? And finally, there is Innovate Europe, which consists of three initiatives: the European Innovation Council, the European Innovation Ecosystems, and the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. All of which, again, there is a great emphasis on the interactive and collaborative work between different kinds of stakeholders. Okay, while this is more pure science in Pillar 1, by the time you get to Pillar 3, it's all about getting companies, government agencies, academic institutions, and other societal actors together at the same table in the same project to talk to each other, to see what can we do more to support innovation. Useful starting points. I'd hoped that I'd be able to click through, but technically this causes all kinds of problems, so I won't. But here is important things to start with. Here are the sort of opening pages that you need to look at in terms of understanding what the European innovation ecosystem is about and understanding the way EC funding opportunities function. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I want to add anything there. Then you do need to do a certain amount of reading. It's important to attend a workshop like this, but you need to also sit down and read the documents to get into the language and spirit of what is being of what people are trying to do. Unfortunately, I mean, language is very important. As a native English speaker, I find European documents strange because they use a lot of words in a strange way. It's not natural English. As a non-native speaker, it's really horrible, and I'm fully aware of that. And this is something I'm going to mention several times in our talks. It is really useful to have somebody on your team that is very good at English, one way or another. They don't need to be the scientists. They need to listen, read the text that you write, correct it, improve it, make it flow. So there is a challenge there, and I'm aware of that. So, European innovation ecosystem, what is it all about? What are we talking about here? I mean, it's first of all, let's say, what is the issue? Why is the European Commission and the European political establishment throwing a lot of money at this? It's actually little money in the current, in relation to the overall GDP of this area. But still, it's an important thing. There are major societal challenges that we are facing in the Netherlands, where I live, here in Turkey, where you are, across the whole of Europe, across the whole world. Population increases. You've seen a huge increase in population in Turkey in the last 50 years. You have a very young population, it's still growing. At a European scale, populations are stable, but we're still seeing an increase at a global level and in certain regions. This is both an opportunity and a challenge. Food. I was just talking a moment ago about food. Current estimates have been reduced, but we still need to think about increasing food production globally by about 35%. And that's mostly related to population increase. We could argue about that in that we spend far too much food production feeding animals and encouraging people to eat meat, which, you know, it's excessive. My mother is Belgian by culture. So my mother I was brought up in a world where one eats meat 3 times a day, which is completely excessive, both from a health perspective, let alone from an ecological perspective. But it is a major issue here with regard to food. Energy. Predictions are we need an extra 50% of energy. Now, what does that mean? Under current usage of energy, we're going to use a lot more. How can we address this technologically? How can we reduce the need for that by all kinds of technologies that make things more efficient or insulate or reduce overall consumption? Again, a challenge and an opportunity. And finally, there is the big envelope that includes all the other topics, which is climate. We are definitely not hitting 1.5 degrees. We are definitely hitting 2 degrees. Let's hope we don't go over 2 degrees. If you remember, I think last summer, in several areas in the Mediterranean, including Turkey, there were a lot of wildfires, a lot of fires, a lot more than historically you would expect. And that's very much a result of the overall heating of the planet. This is something, you know, if I were, when I am teaching young people, when I'm dealing with students, these are the areas that I say, look, whether I cannot guarantee you that you'll make a lot of money, but this is certainly the most important area to work on if you can. So that's why the central challenges that Horizon Europe raises include things like climate, energy, mobility, food, bioeconomy, natural resources, and all the other areas that are still core to our society: health, civil security, culture, creativity, and that sort of thing. What will the future bring us? We don't know. We don't know what technologies will come, what real technologies will be really important. But there are a lot of technologies lying around, some of which will come into prominence, some of which will die over time. But these are important in terms of, if you like, they are concepts around which you build projects, you build initiatives, you build clusters, you build ecosystems to promote, explore, push the envelope with particular technologies. So, you know, this picture shows you past technologies like electricities or cars, current technologies that you find everywhere, GPS, smartphones, all that sort of thing. Future technologies, hydrogen cells, synthetic meat, quantum computing, new types of batteries, new ways of managing energy, smart meters, things of that sort. And remember, when it comes to these kind of things, everything has to be explored. There is no a priori. Sorry? Was that a question? No. Everything has to be explored. We cannot in advance say, you should not do this because there is no, excuse me, there is no future in that technology. So we have to operate on the basis that many flowers are going to bloom, and some of them are going to become trees, and some of them are not. And that's a natural phenomenon, if you like. We cannot define what exactly will be useful from a societal perspective or what will succeed from a commercial perspective. What is an innovation ecosystem? Well, I tried to give you a hint of that beforehand. This is an important concept to understand. Here is a definition. An innovation ecosystem includes universities, governments, corporations, startup accelerators, venture capitalists, private investors, foundations, entrepreneurs, mentors, and the media. Local, regional, national, and supranational agencies should play a role. What's the point? The point is to create value in larger ecosystems by transforming new ideas into reality through access and financial investment. So it's become a little bit of a buzzword, innovation ecosystems, in the last 10 years, let's say. And it's a buzzword that kind of reflects older terms like clusters or poles in the French system, or you know, the prototypical innovation ecosystem for most people is Silicon Valley. So why is there such a concentration of startups, of funding, and of successful enterprises in something like the Californian Silicon Valley? It's not the only example. You could also point from a hardware perspective to what happens in Shenzhen in China. And there are lots of other examples in the literature where there is a coalescence, a grouping of people and expertise. And it's not just the technical knowledge, it's also all the other actors, stakeholders needed to make something successful. So this is, you know, an innovation ecosystem can occur naturally by accident, or you can try and create it as a government initiative, as in the case of the European Commission, a supra-state initiative to say, here, we are going to provide seed funding so that you get together and talk to the relevant people so that together you can develop innovation in a particular area. Historically, we have had innovation ecosystems like, let's say, Florence in the 15th century, which resulted in the Renaissance. Why was there so much art in the Renaissance? Well, there was a lot of business going on at the time. There were a lot of quite rich merchants and bankers who didn't know quite what to do with their money, so they threw it at artists, and that resulted in the Renaissance. But from a kind of innovation perspective, what was the innovation? Well, there was innovation in the wool trade, and there was innovation in banking. And that had, as a side effect, if you like, had the Renaissance with other side effects to it. But that's a good example of an innovation ecosystem, because you've got traders, you've got bankers, you've got various stakeholders, if you like, involved around a city like Florence. And then you have the consequences of that coming out in all kinds of interesting ways, because some of us may be more aware of the art, but there was a lot there developed in terms of science, in terms of technology, and so on and so forth, in terms of philosophy and so on. The same, if you like, is the arrogance of the European Commission. We want to do the same thing. We want to give you funding to try and create new Silicon Valleys, new Florences for new areas. It's not going to be the wool trade. or banking. You know, that's done in New York and London. It's old. We want to do something different. Pick your technology, pick your area, pick your actual area of innovation and develop an ecosystem around that. It takes a village to raise a child, but it takes an ecosystem to scale an innovation. So if you think about it, there are many, many different actors involved. This is what this slide is trying to show. You need research institutions, you need incubators, you need angel investors, you need government to play a positive role. You need venture capitalists, you need family and friends, very important, right? You need civil society organizations. You need people to say, hey, if you're going to do that, watch out, that might be a problem. Do it carefully. You need professionals, experts. You need marketing people, facilitators, people who put you in contact with the right kind of funding or the right kind of marketing expertise, right? At all levels. It doesn't mean you have to have a commercial product. You still need that network to show you the path forward. So where is the European innovation ecosystem within the Horizon Europe? I showed you this picture before. Over here, you will see how do I do this? Anyway, you will see there on the right, the European innovation ecosystem. 10 billion for the European Innovation Council, including up to 500 million for ecosystems, and another 3 billion for the EIT initiative. So what, as you can see, it's already part of a bigger structure. There's the European Innovation Council, which is supposed to support innovation with breakthroughs and marketing potential. The European Institute of Innovation and Technology, which is supposed to bring, again, key actors together on specific topics. So we were just talking about the EIT for food, and there are ones for climate and so on and so forth. Yes?
Just a quick question. What makes it ecosystem? How do you differentiate it from other gatherings? Like, is it a network that makes the ecosystem whole ecosystem, or is it the transactions between the stakeholders? I mean, when you say, yes, this is the ecosystem, like when you gather all the partners and then you have the network between each other, is it called ecosystem, or is there other descriptions that need to be met to call it ecosystem?
If I want to be naughty, I would say an ecosystem is whatever you say it is. In the sense that you just have to tell a good story, right? You have to say, I have really important people in order to do development in this area. And these are the reasons why these people are important. I need this government agency, or I need this cluster in Bavaria, let's say, because they have a collection of interesting companies and people there. Or I need this research institution because they have technical expertise in this area. I am saying this is my potential ecosystem. So it's a question really of, does the story you tell about the ecosystem make sense? There's lots, we will get into the guidance here as to things that you have to, boxes that you have to tick. But a priori, the answer is, tell me a good story.
You have showed the clusters under the pillar 2, but in one slide, as far as I remember, it was also listed in the center of the pillar 2. So,
No, it wasn't in the center of pillar 3. It was just the center of issues that are important to the European Commission. Okay, these are all challenges, and they're expressed particularly intensely there.
so, like, what's the difference between pillar 2 and pillar 3? What have been done in pillar 2 and what are we going to do?
Okay, Pillar 2 is divided up into different subject areas, clusters, 1 to 6, or I can't remember, maybe more. And they have specific themes. So my area is food and agriculture. So the cluster to do with food, bioeconomy, and so on and so forth has a collection of topics, destinations, as they call them, right? And then of particular ambitions for that topic, for that destination. And then within that destination, you have various specific calls. We expect you to construct a project that will solve, let's say, how to use technology for agriculture for potatoes. Okay, right. And here is a bunch of money to do that, right? Because we think potatoes are an important part of food, which is an important part of the challenge, the global challenges, you see? Now, in pillar 3, we are saying, we're not going to tell you the topic, you have to decide where you think a collection of people is important. The important thing there is the network and not the fact that you're going to be given a bunch of money to do specific things, right? So it's really creating an enabling environment rather than having a project to deliver a new technology to grow potatoes with, I don't know, QR codes on potatoes, let's say. I'm being silly, but why not? You're not going to do that. Your actions within a European innovation ecosystem project are all about creating an environment for an area of innovation to develop, not to deliver the specific innovation.
I just want to give an easy explanation that works for me. Okay? Pillar 2 is about science. So you work on specific problems. Pillar 3 is supporting science through innovation. So in Pillar 3 and especially in European innovation ecosystems, we are looking to build networks. We don't have a specific idea on science. We don't need that. We're not going to research potatoes, as Christopher said. We are going to build maybe a network that in time and with research and with others may research that. Okay.
Okay. Let's carry on. Some of this I've already said, but it's no good, it's not bad to repeat myself. Why innovation ecosystems? So fundamentally, why this interest in innovation, right? It's why any economic activity is supported by government agencies. It's all about boosting productivity, jobs, growth, social welfare. We've mentioned the big societal challenges and the strategic goals. The EU has, the European Commission has identified particular strategic goals to do with post-COVID recovery, a green, digital, and resilient Europe, circular economy, energy, health, and digital technologies, artificial intelligence, and those kind of technologies. It's very important, and this is an important role for innovation ecosystems, is to enable new actors to come in. So there is a tendency always to just talk to your old friends. So you need to give opportunities, and this is kind of artificially forcing people to give opportunities to new people, whether it's new institutions, whether it's new startups, whether it's other organizations that you haven't previously thought of as working. And of course, there's a focus on radical and disruptive innovation because we always think that radical and disruptive innovation must be good. That, I think, is always up for discussion. So the definition of an ecosystem here is on screen, and the EU's official definition is means an ecosystem that brings together at EU level actors or entities whose functional goal is to enable technology development and innovation. They encompass relations between material resources, such as funds, equipment, and facilities, institutional entities, such as higher education institutions, support services, research and technology organizations, companies, venture capitalists, and financial intermediaries, and national, regional, local policy making and funding entities, right? So these are your government agencies, which may be at a national level, at a regional level, maybe a municipality, you know, there's a lot that works at kind of the big city level, creating networks between big cities, that sort of thing. And funding entities. So funding entities may be something like a venture capitalist, maybe a bank, maybe a development agency that is able to co-fund initiatives, right? Things of that sort. Areas of intervention activities will include, in particular, connecting where relevant in cooperation with the EIT, with national and regional innovation actors, and supporting the implementation of joint cross-border innovation programs by member states, regions, and associate countries. Associate countries is where you fall in as Turkey, for the exchange of practice and knowledge on innovation regulation, to the enhancement of soft skills for innovation, to research and innovation actions, including open or user-led innovation. So a whole range of different topics there, right? There's no real limit there. It should be implemented in synergy, inter alia, with the ERDF support for innovation ecosystems and interregional partnerships around smart specialization topics. So these are all things that you need to be aware of as you go through. The ERDF is the European Regional Development Funds, and the interregional partnerships around these smart specialization topics, of which there are a few. Okay, main destinations, main themes. Let me see what time how far are we doing here? 3 main destinations. We're not going to cover all of them, but we will. I'll explain how this works. The work program contains 3 actions under 3 destinations: connect, scale up, and innov SMEs. Right? Connect is focusing on building interconnected, inclusive innovation ecosystems across Europe by drawing on existing strengths of national, regional, and local ecosystems. Scale up is on focusing on reinforcing network connectivity between innovation ecosystems for sustainable business growth with high societal value. So you can see that connect is more setting things up, and scale up is pushing things forward that already exist, right? And Innov SMEs, which we're not going to be talking about today and tomorrow, is supporting European partnerships with innovative SMEs, which will help SMEs sort of expand and be more successful. So our focus today and tomorrow is on connect and scale up, identifying the key documents and processes and policies and networks. This is a map that I found somewhere, which unfortunately doesn't include the relevant clusters in Turkey. It's supposed to be various clusters or innovation centers across Europe. And obviously you can see the darker the blue, supposedly the more activity there is there. The lighter the blue, the less there is. So if you go right at the top somewhere in the north of Finland, there isn't really very much going on. There's a bit going on in Northern Ireland, that sort of thing. All right, key document. This is the heart of the matter, the work program itself. This is where you find it. It's not very long because it's only whatever it is, 50 something pages. Some of the work programs are 500 pages long, so consider yourself lucky. Yeah. basically, you need to learn this off by heart. You need to read it and read it again and make sure that you understand every word in there. And if you don't understand it, you better go off and find out or ask somebody, some expert or another, what they actually mean by those terms. Because understanding the text and going back to it again and again is the heart of being able to write a successful proposal. You need to be able to say, here is what I've written. Let me check if it fits with the words in the text. That is, the words in the text need to come back into your text. You need to use those words. You need to echo them. Not copy, but echo them, paraphrase, re-say the same thing. So this is the key text that you need to really understand. It's not the only thing, but it's the heart of the matter. Another helpful document is the Horizon Europe Strategic Plan. This, again, is a source of the political priorities of the Commission with a focus on the climate neutral and green Europe, fit for the digital age, where the economy works for the people. So why have I got that on screen? Well, one of the reasons I have that on screen is that it's very helpful when you write proposals in this area to remind the reader that you are contributing to this, that this is part of the bigger picture. You need to say, I'm talking about potatoes, but actually this is helping make Europe climate neutral, right? Do you see what I mean? You need to connect the specific with the general. Supposing you construct a consortium with partners in Turkey, in France, in Belgium, in Spain, let's say, about something, about a technological area. How does that activity connect up to these keywords? Show it somewhere in what you're writing. So there are key strategic orientations of Horizon Europe for 21-24, and these are the 4 areas that have been particularly emphasized. Promoting an open strategic autonomy by leading the development of key digital enabling and emerging technologies, sectors and value chains to accelerate and steer the digital and green transition through human-centered technologies and innovations. Each of these words means something, is echoing a whole political and strategic perspective, right? So here we're talking about digital technologies, right? We're talking about various sectors and value chains. And our emphasis is here on digital and green transition. So a transition to a society where there is more digital technologies, but also a society which is more green. Excuse me. Restoring Europe's ecosystems and biodiversity and managing sustainably natural resources. So this has become a real priority in view of climate change, in view of biodiversity collapse, climate collapse, biodiversity, climate breakdown, biodiversity collapse. Because people are becoming more and more aware that supporting our ecosystems is necessary, is essential in order for our societies to be protected and also our economies to function. There was a big report by Swiss Re 2 years ago now, year and a half ago, on biodiversity collapse and how this would majorly affect economies around the world. With very successful economies, including countries like Belgium, being at the point of collapse because of the loss of biodiversity. to ensure food security and a clean and healthy environment. So food security here is important. Clean and healthy environment, things like water, a big issue. How do we make sure that we have clean water? Make Europe the first digitally enabled circular, climate neutral and sustainable economy. This is an interesting combination of words through the transformation of its mobility, energy, construction, and production systems. You have on the one hand the digitally enabled, and on the other hand the emphasis on climate neutral and sustainability. So it's really asking you to bring together two different major aspects, the digital and the environmental. Creating a more resilient, inclusive and democratic European society, prepared and responsive to threats and disasters, addressing inequalities and providing high quality healthcare and empowering all citizens to act in the green and digital transitions. Again, green and digital transition, right? This is very much an emphasis on democracy, on society, on getting citizens to communicate. And also things like how you respond to disasters, right? In some countries, disasters are managed by central government. In other countries, it's all bottom-up local organizations. So facilitating that, making that more efficient, making that more effective. One of the important tools here, so here we are talking about the various documents that play a role, is the regional innovation scoreboard. So innovation scoreboards are something that play a really important role in preparing innovation ecosystem proposals, because you need, particularly for one of the calls, to show that you have a combination of advanced innovation clusters and sort of low innovation clusters, bringing them together. So this is a document that you need to look at so that you identify who are the high-performing ones. You can take for granted, unfortunately, that Turkey is considered a low-performing innovation. So whatever you propose as an entity or group of entities in Turkey will be in the less well-performing group by this kind of criteria. The question for you then is to find a high-performing group that you want to work with somewhere elsewhere in Europe. So this is a guide, let's say, but it's also part of what you have to refer to when you write proposals. The importance of networks. You know that from your daily life, but perhaps you don't realize quite how important that is in terms of this kind of work, right? For businesses, the relevant network includes other entrepreneurs, people working in customer and supplier companies, business services providers, finance professionals within your country and beyond. It's a key resource for starting out and scaling up. Many kinds of networks, right? There are networks to do with your work. There are networks to do with markets. There are professional networks because you are a professional in a particular area. There are cultural networks. Perhaps you belong to the same, I don't know, dance group, or you have a passion for a particular cultural activity. These are all networks that can play a role in constructing your eventual ecosystem. They are, if you like, paths to finding the right people. If you saw when I introduced myself as being somebody who writes the concepts about the right projects, I also noted that it was networks. So I know a bunch of people around Europe. I have met people, I have talked to people, I have had dinner with people. And so there are people that I can think, that would be interesting to work with them on this project. That's what I'm talking about, these kind of networks. And there's nothing wrong with trying to work with people that you are comfortable working with, that you know you can trust. It's important to know that the person you're asking to participate in a project is somebody that if you ask them to do something, they will jump. So who can help? Clusters. 55% of internationally active SMEs agree to at least one of these four statements. With support, they internationalized earlier than they would have done otherwise. Without support, they would have not internationalized at all. With support, they engaged in additional internationalization activities. Without support, they would not have gained insights into opportunities in foreign markets. So this is one of the reasons why you want international ecosystems, right? Because it creates a pathway, particularly for SMEs, but actually for any entity. You know, it could be any entity in an ecosystem. By working with international organizations, you learn more, opportunities arise, you think of things that you wouldn't have thought of before. And you can get access to services that you may not have in your particular region, or you may not know exist. Enterprise Europe Network. This is an entity supported by the European Commission. It's sort of part of it. It helps businesses innovate and grow on an international scale. It is the world's largest support network for small and medium-sized enterprises with international ambitions. It's active in more than 60 countries worldwide. It brings together experts, 3,000 experts from more than 600 member organizations. So this includes technology poles, innovation support organizations, universities and research institutes, regional development organizations, chambers of commerce and industry. So all these are entities which either create science, let's say universities, or make it possible for technology to become a reality in the world, a product, a service, to actually become an innovation that's useful in wider society. The European Cluster Collaboration Platform is an online hub for cluster stakeholders, cluster organizations, policymakers, and other stakeholders from the cluster ecosystem, and the reference one-stop shop for stakeholders in third countries, aiming to set up partners with European counterparts. So the ambition here is to make efficient use of network instruments, search and find potential partners, develop collaborations with transnationally within Europe and internationally beyond Europe, support the emergence of new value chains through cross-sectorial cooperation, and access the latest information on cluster development. So this is an important tool that you can actually get hold of to find potential collaborations, to find potential entities to participate in your ecosystem. All right, key expectations. The European Innovation Ecosystem Pipeline, you have interconnected and inclusive innovation ecosystems. Sorry.
When you decide to apply a call, as far as I understood you, at first you connect with your coworkers to establish a consortium. Do you think that adding a new partner from relatively unsuccessful country like Turkey is a risk for you?
No, it's an advantage. It's as simple as that. I mean, remember, if this was a Pillar 2 proposal, the reason why you include a partner should be because you're telling a coherent story. I'm developing some weird technology for potatoes, and I really need this Turkish partner because they're really good at potatoes, right? Or, you know, some high-tech area. You have quite a lot of high-tech going on in Turkey, so I don't want to misrepresent Turkey. But here in Pillar 3, in the ecosystem, on the contrary, bringing in a partner that is relatively weak and saying, I'm going to put them together with this relatively strong partner or cluster of partners in this area of activity, actually is the whole point, right? Then you're doing what the calls are about, which is trying to make the weaker stronger and learn from the stronger. Does that make sense? So my general answer is always you have to be able to tell a good story, right? So if you are including some partner, and this applies equally to pillar 2 as to pillar 3, you need to tell the story. What is the story? And how does this fit with the ambitions of the call?
And you are a good storyteller, right?
I try to be, but we can all learn to tell better stories.
Going back to your first developing vision and concept for the projects.
Yeah, I mean, developing a story that says, you know, here is where we're starting and here's where we're going, and this is the steps that we will take, which could be scientific steps in one case, or could be, in this case, in the innovation ecosystems, it could be, these are the actions we're going to take to communicate better, to show what our expertise is to each other, to encourage SMEs and other actors to talk to each other and develop collaborations, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Here is a set of actions, and this is where we will end up by the end of the project. We will have managed to do these different kinds of activities. Remember, okay, think about it like this. A venture capital company in Silicon Valley has the following business model. I will invest in 100 companies. I will put in $1 million into each of these companies. I will spend $100 million. $90 million I will lose because those 90 of those companies will just disappear. 9 of them, I might get my $1 million back. 1 of them, I will get 500 million from. Now, think about it like this also from a European Commission perspective. We're going to spend a lot of money on different little projects. In this case, we're not giving very big budgets. $500,000 is typical in these calls, but we're going to give lots, lots, lots over time. Some of these are going to succeed amazingly, and some of them are not. Or some of them are going to succeed in ways that we will not be able to understand because basically we will have put 2 people together, they will have dinner, and 5 years later they will start an amazing company, but I won't see it, right? So do you see what I'm trying to get at is here is a lot of this has to do with what we call in English serendipity, the accident of opportunity of meeting somebody, of having an idea. It's unpredictable. You don't know what the good consequences will be. You don't know what the bad consequences will be either, but that's a different story. Okay, so this is the kind of core areas of intervention for the European innovation ecosystem. You have interconnected and inclusive innovation ecosystems. You have reinforcing network. You want to reinforce network connectivity to accelerate sustainable business growth. You have the Eurostars 3, which supports European Partnership for Innovative SMEs. You need to look up Eurostars 3. And you have ERDF, and these all play together. They're all reflecting different aspects of trying to create these ecosystems. Referencing initiatives in these other areas always helps. So finally, to bring things slightly late to the close, where are we? What is our focus here, right? We're focusing on a systemic approach that's inclusive and collaborative. We want diverse institutions and actors, institutions, and places. We want network connectivity to contribute to sustainable business growth. And we want bottom-up international collaborations of SMEs. So you do want, if not an actual SME, you want clusters of SMEs or actors that represent SMEs. And you want funding market-led cross-border research and innovation collaborative projects. So this is things that you're not actually creating a research project, but you are connecting to or pointing to or showing that you are working with actors that are in actual research and innovation projects. Okay, we're going to have a little break. Apologies if I've run over time.
We have a slide report we would like to take with some of the people, and we're going to do slide later on for some other questions. So, slide one, we have this code, scan it. During the break,
session. This is going to be a double act. If you've seen Laurel and Hardy, at the end, you can decide which of us is Laurel and which of us is Hardy. What's happening here?
We can go to the presentation. Keep that open. We have these questions open, so you can respond to them anytime you want during the presentation or after. Just scan the QR code in your agenda. So some of the questions that we are using to understand where you're from, what you would like to achieve, and how to make this interactive way. So we value your feedback. And this double act, we'd like to make more like discussion. So don't hesitate to ask, to interrupt us. As Christopher said, we are going to dig deeper into the language of European Commission, and this is never a pleasant thing. I think get written 3, 4, 5 times a day. And often they repeat themselves. Read a sentence and then.
Oh yes. Sometimes they're terribly badly written. So don't always think it's the Bible or the Quran that you're reading. It's not. It's somebody's written it, and it's sometimes terrible. All right. So this was the reminder about interaction and asking questions, and don't hesitate, because that's really important. So what we're going to do is look into the overall set of calls, and we're going to then break down the connect and scale up calls that we're looking at. Key things to have in mind. All right, core principles embedded within the work program across all the destinations, interconnection of open innovation infrastructures, pilots, demos, all that sort of thing. You want to interconnect, and you want to use that word quite a lot. Data and knowledge on innovation support. So how are you providing data? How are you providing knowledge? How is it being transferred? Joint programs for mentoring, coaching, technical assistance have quite a lot of emphasis on training or workshops or meetings of various sorts to get people to share their expertise and experience. National innovation authorities and agencies to work on common EU challenges and enabling framework conditions. Again, it's really good to have government or quasi-government agencies at various levels. It could be national, it could be regional, it could be city, it could be something like that. It could be an official government agency, it could be that there are lots of entities in most countries which are sort of sitting somewhere between being really part of the government and being part of the wider society. And those are often very important institutions. He says, please interrupt me when I miss something or forget something, right? Main objective, to support innovation all across Europe and in all dimensions. So nothing is off the table, from developing a new robot to developing a new potato. Leverage with others through complementary EU national and regional policies inspire effective synergies with ERDF. So this is all about mentioning or connecting with existing initiatives. It might be an existing running project, it might be an existing institution, it might be an existing network that you either have as a partner or have access to, a bridge. And we will work with this initiative or with this project or with this cluster of people that are working on something related. Reducing innovation fragmentations. The starting point of this initiative is to reduce the current fragmentation of innovation systems all over Europe. So one of the key points about the call is people may be aware of some of what's going on in their area, but very often they're not aware of all the other things that are happening in their area. So they might be specialists in some high-tech area to do with robots and not realize that there are really relevant initiatives happening in another country or even in their own country, but in a completely different area. So they might be operating in a commercial area and they might not be aware of what's happening academically. They might be operating in Turkey and not aware of what's happening in Italy or in Finland, right? That is relevant and connected to what they're doing. So it's trying to build these kind of bridges all the time that is really important. Public and private as well provides for renewed and reinforced coordination and cooperation with EU and associated countries, but private initiatives can also be included. I'm assuming this really reflects the fact that, again, you're bringing together both quasi-governmental initiatives and support together with initiatives that are coming from the private sector, whether it's commercial private sector or the non-profit sector. Don't forget the non-profit sector. It's also an important player in this area. Ecosystem is looking at the broader sense of the word, not just about innovative people, but also about infrastructure and processes. So this reminds me of a conversation I was having with, I always forget her name, about we have a narrow view of what innovation involves. We imagine innovation is, I have a new gadget like this, I create a company, I sell 1 million of these and I make lots of money. Here, I'm being innovative. No, that's a very narrow view of innovation. There is innovation about infrastructure, about processes, about social innovation. There are innovations that are combinations of innovative business models, for example, or innovative ways of getting people to do something different. Social innovations, behavioral innovations, so that you really need a broad sense. And it might be, for example, that you need to develop, you may not deliver it within the project, but you might explore how a policy change may make it possible to offer an infrastructure that makes something else possible. Let me give you a concrete example here. Right? In the Netherlands, there is a system whereby they keep track of every field in every farm and what is grown this year. So there is a database of what was grown this year, what was grown last year, and so on and so forth. So if you then say, you're a farmer and say, I'm going to plant onions this year, you register it with the government and they can say, hey, last year you planted flowers and you poured on a lot of nasty chemicals to produce those flowers. Potatoes is not a good idea here, right? Now, that sort of system doesn't exist in any other country as far as I know. I may be wrong, but I don't think it exists. It's an infrastructure, right? It doesn't actually act as a product that you are selling, but it's a government infrastructure that makes certain other things possible. You can make a better decision as to what kind of food you're going to grow in that area, right? Same thing, let's say, with data. In a lot of cities now, you can access transport data, buses, trains, metro, that sort of thing for free. And companies can set up apps and things of that sort that can help people decide the best route or can guide their taxi or whatever. 10, 20 years ago, that was not possible. That's infrastructure. It's a kind of innovation that then allows other people to create services, companies, and do all kinds of integrations on that, right? So it's important to think broad what an ecosystem means. Yeah.
Can I comment now?
Of course.
So
you should interrupt me as well.
So I think what is important to keep from this slide are a few keywords. So synergy is the one thing I'd like to keep. So synergies. Why is that important? Because European Commission has realized that there are a lot of programs and initiatives around. And we often see the same idea again and again in different programs, okay? Now they want to bring everything together, and they would like you, the proposers, build some kind of links with other programs, not only European programs, even national or bilateral programs. So if you have a successful project in an area and you believe that you could use some of these results, then you can bring that to your proposal and say, you know, we've been doing, let's say, an acceleration program, even if it's not a funded project, right? Even if it is funded by private money. You know, you can say that we've been working on this acceleration program with XYZ Bank, and we have helped companies building their ideas and creating their products. And we would like to leverage that through this project, through this program. Or you can use this program to say that we are going to also apply and look for private money or other projects, and we are in a very good position to do so, so that we can leverage results of this program and build something further. The other thing about ecosystems, European Commission now has a term which is not new, of course, but I can see it more and more in the proposals, especially for widening countries. Do you all know what a widening country is? Who doesn't? All of you know. So what is a widening country? Come on, give me an answer. What is a widening country? We have a definition provided by European Commission of what widening countries are. There may be, but not. This is not the actual definition. Yes.
I don't know the definition, but I know that their research points are involved.
Exactly. Exactly. There are what we say modest or maybe moderate innovators. So they have some innovation potential, but they haven't reached the innovation potential of, say, Northern Europe. Okay. Now, in Horizon 2020, widening countries, Turkey is, of course, a widening country. Widening countries were only countries from associated countries and a few member states. Cyprus, I think, was included as a widening country in Horizon 2020. Now, in Horizon Europe, we have a lot more widening countries. We have the Baltics, Greece, Portugal, the Balkans, Turkey, of course, yes. So all of these countries are widening countries. And programs like this one, European Innovation Ecosystems, would like to see consortia of both high innovators, emerging innovators, so high innovators from Northern Europe or Germany, France, with modest innovators. So think about that, both in cases where you want to create a proposal or when you want to promote your organization. And this is why Christopher told you that it's an advantage to have Turkey as a partner in such a proposal, because you come from a widening country, and through your participation, it is expected that the rate of innovation in the country will raise. So it is an advantage. And for the ecosystem, they now want to bring all stakeholders together. This is not always possible in proposals like this one, because the budget is quite low. So you cannot bring everything. You cannot bring everybody on board. And when I mean everybody, it's research and academia, public institutions, industry, so private sector, and societal actors, chambers of commerce, for instance, or associations of businesses. So you need all these four actors. And this is called the quadruple helix. Okay, so they want everybody in. Now you cannot bring everybody in when the budget is 500K. Okay, maybe you can bring a strong player and prove the affiliation of this player with the others. So through either a letter of support, if possible, or by mentioning it in the proposal, you can prove that you are already affiliated or connected or linked with the other stakeholders of the ecosystem.
Yeah, but this also raises the budget issue. I've not seen it in many proposals, but technically you can have partners who receive no budget. So you
Yes.
could include partners,
Yes.
let's say, like a development bank. And because they're a bank, you could say, well, they don't really need money from the EU. They will be a partner. They will commit a certain amount of time, in effect, for free. And that still looks very good. And that's better than having a letter of support from the bank.
Very true. And in fact, I don't know, there are calls where they allow you to upload a letter of support. There are others that there's no place to upload it. In that case, if it's not explicitly mentioned in the proposal, I think it's not explicitly mentioned in this call, what you can do is exactly what Christopher says. You can include them as associate partners. No budget for them. You add them to the system with their PIC number. They are associate partners. You have a role for them in the call, in the proposal, in the project. You say, for instance, that they will participate in our meetings. They will be members of our advisory board, or they will be members of a committee that will select the best SMEs or something like that. You find a role for them in the proposal. You can even account for some small budget for them. I mean, if you invite them into a conference, you probably need to pay their expenses, otherwise they will never come. But this is just a tiny portion of your budget, and you can allocate it to them. I mean, if you are, it's a 2-year project anyway. So if you are having one big event per year, then you can invite them to participate, and the others, the rest of their participation can be online. So you can find, creative ways to include them.
Okay, regional innovation ecosystems. There are lots of, I mean, the regional innovation ecosystem is also connected to the regional innovation ecosystem, regional innovation assessment. So you will see here the sort of global startup ecosystem ranking. This is connected to what Odysseus was talking about, advanced ecosystems versus modest or moderate ecosystems, because it's very important to involve these different levels of performance, let's say, in the ecosystems. So success factors here include identifying priorities, needs, challenges. So you want to identify particular areas where perhaps you need to map the ecosystem. You might need to specialize. You might need to reorganize something. You might need to push forward a new trend. Policy support and commitment, regulatory environment talents. So we want maybe looking at existing funding policies, or existing or new policies and incentives and instruments. This is very much looking at the different ways of thinking about ecosystems and the kind of initiatives that are relevant. Regional innovation champions. So you might look at a particular region and say, okay, what is the big entity here? Is it the city? Is it a big company? Is it a big university? Is it, who represents the region in terms of economic dynamism or activity? And relatively speaking, they can be not at all dynamic, but they can be important in that region, right? If you're dealing with an economically deprived region, you might have an institution there that's important, but it's just not very internationally famous or extremely busy. Openness, all actors on board and connected. You really need to also show that you are open to a variety of different players, right? you need to actually mention or talk about the fact that you are involving many different types of actors. It's very important to talk about things like user-driven innovation or co-creation of innovation, co-creation of ecosystems, so that you are actually not doing a top-down, I am Napoleon, I have this vision, and you will do what I say. You have to say, okay, I'm going to get these different people together, and together we're going to work to create a collaborative environment, an ecosystem that helps the common priorities of this group.
Before
yeah.
you, co-creation is a nice new term, but the European Commission loves nowadays. Okay, since 2019, I think that was the year that I first listened to that term from the Commission. In fact, they involved co-creation as a process for developing Horizon Europe. So what they did is they had a huge survey, 9,000 participants or something through one of the platforms. And then they did this research and innovation days in Brussels. 2019 was the first one, I think. It was physical, then became virtual. And we went there hoping that we would listen to something, but in fact, they wanted us to contribute. So there were a lot of panels asking our opinion, what we would like to change, what we would like to improve. And then this is what they call co-creation. So they ask the experts, they ask the beneficiaries, they ask the participants, the stakeholders, and then they do whatever they think it's right. I don't know if they took what we told them. I mean, all the experts contributed in half, but at least we can see some changes. Some changes, well, to us are positive. Some changes creates a lot more complications. But I mean, this is the first years of Horizon Europe, and we still have to see how this play out. However, co-creation, keep that in mind. You may want and you may need to consider using this approach in your proposals. So when you're writing a proposal and say, you know, we are going to create an accelerator to provide business support services to startups of our region. Okay? Try to think that as a co-creation exercise. So if you don't know yet what the challenges are, you need to involve maybe a stakeholder from that region, and you can work with them to a co-creation exercise. And you can describe this process in your proposal that, you know, we have an idea of the challenges that startups in our region face because, you know, we are one of the stakeholders, so we know. But to make this even more collaborative, we are going to organize a co-creation workshop in the first 3 months of the project, the first 2 months of the project, to get together all the actors and try to design the best program, the best support program that will work for them.
And all these actors are not partners, right?
Yes.
They're
yes.
not partners. They're just people you have access to through your association, through your network, through whatever. So your core set of partners might be quite small, but you have to show, yes, but we have access to these people that we will involve in this co-creation process. Okay. Regional innovation ecosystem. What regions can do to boost regional innovation ecosystems? Well, you need to know well your ecosystem to start with and upscale it, right? Startups first in promising areas, and you know, startups will start in a particular area and hope that funding will follow. It's good to choose a particular niche, to choose an area that's not addressed by everybody else, and certainly things that have to do with environment, climate, biodiversity breakdown, and all that stuff. So green is à la mode, it's not just a matter of à la mode, it's also a real problem out there. It's not just a buzzword that the European Commission. Co-creation is a buzzword that just reflects a particular attitude. But climate breakdown, biodiversity collapse is a real outside problem that will affect our food systems. So there is a real connection there with what we create and the effect it has. Use efficiently your resources, regulatory talents, funding, infrastructure counts, physical places, connectivity, big events, synergies with other EU public and private funds. For example, support the upscaling of market-driven research and innovation projects outcomes. So this goes back to what Odysseus was saying about you have an existing project that may be international, maybe national, maybe regional, and you say around that project, around the results of that project, we will build an ecosystem that takes the outputs of that project. That is, it may be a technological output, it may be a research output, it may be something less tangible, something less that you can pick up. But then you say, building on that, we create an ecosystem. That's an important strength to a project, to a proposal, if you're building on existing initiatives.
But you have to have a connection with the existing initiative first. Like,
it might be one of your partners was part of that initiative or was part of that project, right? Or it might be that the funding entity that supported that project is also part of your project, let's say. That could be various ways of connecting. There's no rule there. It's a matter of saying, well, the Turkish government spent X amount of money developing this activity in the Izmir region. And now we want to scale up this by bringing in more expertise from Europe that is relevant and getting the Turkish SMEs in this area to open out and perhaps have access to either markets or expertise in Europe. So a dialogue in two directions. So you need to find some entity that was part of that Turkish government project in the Izmir region, let's say, and that knows what was going on and has connections to the relevant people to be part of your project so that you have a path in, a bridge, so to speak. Any other questions? Odysseus, do you want to add something? No.
There is a very nice portal where you can find all these statistics about the regional innovation ecosystems and who are the modest innovators, who are the strong innovators. And I think we presented that in the previous slide.
We presented in the previous session, but I think we bring it back up here as well. So.
And regarding the regional innovation ecosystems, it's not exactly that there is a platform for developed for clusters, the cluster collaboration platform. I think we have it in one of the next presentations. So this is a very interesting tool because you can find where clusters of companies and stakeholders are in Europe and around. And you can even contact them to include them in your proposal. It's very well organized. It's under industry topic and the region. We have the link in one of our presentations, but even if you Google cluster collaboration platform, you will find it.
Okay. Use all available EU EIC initiatives, program strategies. So the EIC joint program, co-funds, forums, public procurement initiative, innovative projects, data sharing platforms, programs for mentoring, teaching. All these are things that you could, the EU Observatory of Public Sector Innovation. It's a whole list of things that you could bring into your project or connect to entities represented there. And the other thing is interconnect travel. It's you know, in this digital age with COVID-19, travel has become more problematic, but hopefully it'll become easier. On the other hand, I have now spent 2 years working in projects purely digitally, and I think one can strike a balance. That is, we don't need to travel every month for one reason or another, I think, or every week. I think sort of big events once a year or something like that, combined with a series of online events where you're bringing people together online, can be very successful. And you can have really dynamic conversations among the key actors together. If you have somebody who can sort of lead a conversation, use interactive tools to get opinions, to collect reactions. So these are also relevant in mentioning in a proposal is how you are going to get the interconnectedness, the way you're going to get people to meet and develop their connections.
We go with this idea, like let's say we are going to have a project support upscale of market research and innovation project outcomes. The word is upscale, so does it conflict with the connect part of this call?
No, these are just labels. Upscale here is being used in the sense of just make it bigger, right? The labeling of the project pieces, connect and scale up and so on, reflect the emphasis of those particular texts that we're going to now talk about a little bit more. But it's not, there's not a conflict there. Okay, we're going to start the breakdown now. So we're going to look at specific calls over the next hour. So there is the connect call. We're going to talk about connect, 2 calls there, and scale up, 1 call there. So what is connect about? Connect is about fostering the implementation of co-funded multi-annual programs of activities among member states, associated countries, and EU regions. It encourages the inclusion of more stakeholders from across the quadruple helix that Odysseas was mentioning. Again, this emphasis on a broad coalition of different kinds of actors: academia, industry, public bodies, civil society. That's what I meant by NGOs, non-profits, local associations, cultural associations, things of that sort, and citizens, and a wider participation of territories in existing successful initiatives and networks, stimulate innovation procurement to help the market uptake of innovative solutions, and the integration of social innovation that responds to the needs of people in society. Notice the use of the term social innovation there. Again, innovation doesn't need to be a gadget that you sell 1 million copies of. It can be a different kind of innovation, right? Maybe social, maybe infrastructure, maybe policy, maybe all kinds of things. So this is trying to stimulate you to think differently about what we mean by innovation at all. Actions under Connect create links with all key innovation stakeholders among different innovations and with different support networks. I've given you a flavor of the variety of different support networks that are either directly funded or indirectly supported by the European Commission. So there's a lot of different systems, networks, and it can be very confusing. To be honest, I mean, Odysseas probably knows this far better than I do. It can be really confusing, all these different networks and clusters and support structures. So you need to take your time to understand what they do and what they offer. Odysseas, do we have anything else here? Okay, promoting the creation of links with key stakeholders, key innovation stakeholders. What are they meaning by this? Private sector, in particular, SME, startups, and other innovators with investors, industry and public and or private buyers for faster access to funds and markets, and the public sector, including authorities in charge of national, regional, or local innovation policies and programs, and bodies responsible for smart specialization. Okay, so this is the one group that you want to connect with. Between innovators with foundations, civil society organizations, and citizens to ensure that innovations match the needs and values and expectations of society. This is language that's coming more and more into the European Commission texts, is not just innovation for innovation's sake, but innovation that matches the needs, values, and expectations of society. So this is really a positive if you can say, I have access to actors that can tell me what people actually need, right? So to give you an example, I do projects in agriculture, in digital agriculture. It's a good idea to have access to farmers associations who can tell me actually what people actually need on the field, rather than say, I have this gadget, I'm going to sell it to 10,000 farmers. And if they don't buy it, I'm going to be very angry, right? That doesn't help anybody.
I think that was one of the major problems, especially in FP7, less in Horizon 2020, that we were following a top-down approach. So you had researchers, and don't blame me, but often researchers are a plague to this industry. Okay, they have an idea. They have no idea whatsoever if this idea that they have is something that actually anybody wants.
That's not the point. We do it for fun.
I know. You do it for glory. But so they lock themselves in a lab. They come up with a solution, a product, something, and they know that everybody will love it. That's not the case. I mean, they haven't talked to a single person from the industry, okay? And then when they come to these structures and they ask for funding and they present this idea as the best idea in the world, and you ask them, how are you going to run this idea? Are you going to leave university and create a startup? No, I'm not going to leave university. I will stay in my professorship. Who's going to run? Who is going to create this?
You can see this in the history of innovation, and here I'm talking purely technological innovation. So the fax machine as a concept was developed in the 1840s. It really became popular in the 1980s. It died everywhere in the world after about 1995, 2000, except in Japan, where for social reasons, fax is king, right? Another example is RFIDs developed in the 1940s. Everybody comes along and says, we can solve this problem, that problem, all kinds of problems in society, attaching RFIDs to all kinds of things. However, still to this day, except for specific sectors, RFIDs are too expensive to use for most products.
They died as a solution. They were never scaled up.
This is just an example of the madness of technological creation. You create a technology, it may fail, it may succeed years later for some completely other purpose. You don't know. Now, what's being attempted here is to do the other way around, to say, actually, what do we need, right? What would be useful? So we talked about the private sector and all these other funding agencies, authorities, national, regional innovation. We have foundation, civil society, and that sort of thing, and also with universities and research and technology organizations as sources of innovation and talent, right? Remember, universities have a double role in most countries. They both produce innovation at some level, or at least produce new technologies, new ideas. And on the other hand, they're training people. So it's a pipeline of people that are coming through most of whom are not going to stay in university. A tiny proportion of the people who go to universities end up in university. So they're actually the people who are going to end up in your ecosystem in one way or another. Promote the creation of links between different innovators. So this is the key thing that we're mentioning again and again. Innovation leaders and strong innovators with moderate or modest innovators. And the way you work out who is strong and not is to look at these scoreboards, regional innovation scoreboards, European innovation scoreboards, and the Global Innovation Index. Do I have a, no, we bring it up again elsewhere. But if you look at this, and I recommend you can click through on the slides, but I recommend you to look at it. You will be able to see various tables and ways of measuring the innovation performance of different areas in Europe. So here, again, what does this mean practically when you're constructing a proposal? There's a top-down and bottom-up way of looking at it. Top-down would be to say, okay, I'm in Turkey, I'm a modest innovation region, I need a high innovation people, so let me find somebody in I don't know, Belgium, Netherlands, Finland, somewhere like that, Bavaria, and start looking through the network to find the right kind of partner and invite them into your project. Bottom-up way is to say, my other network, my contacts, my friends, my collaborators from other projects, I have somebody in Belgium. Let me see if they fit the profile. So you need to then check whether they, as a person representing an organization, that organization fits into the profile for what you want to do, right? So two ways of approaching this practically. Odysseus, do you want to add anything there? Promote the creation of links with support networks. So, such as national contact points, Enterprise Europe networks, social innovation networks, clusters, pan-European platforms such as Startup Europe, regional or local innovation area actors, public, but also private, in particular incubators and innovation hubs that could moreover interconnect to favoring partnering across among innovators. So again, a different group of entities that you should try and make sure that you are either involving as partners or have access to, have a bridge to, have a way of saying they are supporting us, they will participate in our workshops, they will participate in our ecosystem. Expected impact, right? So this is top level, general expected impact. Interconnected, inclusive, and more efficient innovation ecosystems across Europe. This is the general ambition, right? That draws on the existing strengths of European, national, regional, and local ecosystems. So we're assuming that there already exist local ecosystems. All of you represent an ecosystem. You may not realize it, but think. Who are your top 5 people that you work with professionally? Enumerate them in your head. That's your ecosystem. Who are the top 5 people that they work with, that you may want to work with, right? You may not actually be working with today, but you know they know them, right? That's your kind of more expanded ecosystem. But you are, each of you, representing an ecosystem for your area of activity. Right? Don't forget that you are an ecosystem in a sense. You may not be an institutional ecosystem, but as an individual you are. And this can be leveraged, can be exploited to turn it into a project. Right? Pulls in new, less well-represented stakeholders. That's where Turkey comes in generally on the basis that without wanting to insult anybody individually, at a national level, you are considered less well represented and less advanced in innovation territories. to set, undertake, and achieve collective ambitions towards challenges, right? And here it comes back again, that phrase, to the benefit of society, including the green, digital, and social transition, right? Repeat after me, benefit of society, including digital and social transition, right?
What I want to mention here is these are the expected impacts, okay? When they say expected impacts, this is something, and that goes for all Horizon Europe, because now in all calls, they identify expected outputs and expected impacts. And we will present later on the expected outputs. Now, the expected outputs are the things that you need to have, you need to deliver at the end of the project or through the project. What is the expected impact? How long after? Very good. 5 years after the project, maybe 4, maybe 6, but let's keep 5. 5 years after the project, you want to create an impact. And this is the impact that you want to create. So you organize something, you create an initiative, you create an output, you say, we are going to build a new incubation program for companies from Turkey, and we're going to invite somebody from France to help us set up this incubation. So already here we are mixing together France and Turkey. We are bringing an expert that can help modest innovators improve their scoring. And at the same time, we hope that 5 years after, our ecosystem in Turkey will be more interconnected, will be more inclusive and efficient because of the technology transfer, because of the new processes, because of the new ideas that the more experienced innovators brought to us. And we will be able to be stronger in a regional level. Our ecosystem will be stronger. And then, you start to think how you will achieve the rest of the impacts. So remember, impacts 5 years after the project. Now you have to think how you're going to reach them.
But remember, you're not being evaluated on your actual impact. There's nobody going to check 5 years from now. It's a question, sorry if I repeat myself, of how good your story is. Does it convince the reviewer that your actions, your outputs, will lead to that impact in a sensible way, right? Okay, we're going to look at specific calls that contribute to Connect. So there is Connect EIE 2022-01, which has a deadline in April. And that's first thing we're going to look at. Basic characteristics of the Connect calls in general is remember, they're single stage. So you write one text, that's it. They're coordination and support actions, which has many, many different, it's very different from a research and innovation action, a CSA. And practically it means it's only 30 pages, right? Which is both makes it easier and more difficult. So just because it's 30 pages, it doesn't necessarily make it easier. Funding is $500,000 per CSA under the Connect call. And the funding rates from 50% to 100%. 100%.
For this call, it's CSA, it's 100%.
So everybody, whatever type of entity they would normally, because there are different categories of entities, for practical purposes, you get 100% of your budget.
Sorry, will you be describing co-fund later on? Or?
Co-fund, some of the calls under Connect, I can't remember if the Connect 2.
Connect is co-fund.
Are under co-fund.
But we're not talking about
different type of actions. So the calls that we are discussing today are all CSA actions, all of them 100%. Future calls, or I think some of the previous calls were co-fund. Co-fund, you need 70 pages and they only give you 50%. Okay, so you need to take that into account.
So we have Connector 101, CSA 4 million, half a million for each project. There will be 8 projects.
8 projects. This is the number that you need to remember. 8 projects will be funded. So it's not just one. When you try to select the calls that you will pursue as an organization, okay, if you see that there is 10 million budget and the contribution per proposal is about 10 million, that means that only one project will be funded. Chances are that it will be very difficult to win this project unless you are already in contact with a very strong consortium that has experience in that particular calls and will go for that. However, in these calls, 8 proposals, 8 projects, it's a good rate. I mean, of course, we don't know yet because we don't know how many proposals will be submitted, but there is a chance. It's not just.
This is very important strategically to think about, and this is advice that's across the whole Horizon Europe funding story, is to think about these ratios between how much money is provided, how many projects will be funded, how likely, how bad the competition is going to be, right?
I believe it's the lump sum money that they're going to provide under this call.
Yes, it's not.
Yeah.
So that means they pay upfront.
I don't know if they pay upfront. To be honest, I have been involved in a few lump sum calls, but only in previous projects. However, it works differently, and the way that you're claiming days, it's different. So maybe there is, again, there is pre-financing, and then you have the interim report, and then they give you the rest. However, when it's lump sum, you don't have to prove person days. Okay,
It's the reporting is different. The lump sum means that you
timesheets.
You reduce the bureaucracy on reporting.
It's like the SME instrument. If you remember the phase 1, they were giving you 50,000 euros and they were expecting results. So if you provide the deliverables, I am not going to ask you how many days you spent on the project. Okay, it's lump sum. I want the deliverables from you in the designated date. That's it.
There is a negative though. In the old system, if the work was done, they would pay you even if the deliverable wasn't quite 100% okay. In the new system, either the deliverable is accepted or not. If it's not accepted, you don't get paid. So there is a risk factor there.
You always get that risk even with in the old case. I mean, if the deliverable was rejected, okay, let's say in the interim period, you wouldn't go any further. You wouldn't be able to finalize your midterm report, for instance. So I don't think this is a danger in that matter. I mean, obviously you have to provide good deliverables.
I mean, the main point of the lump sum is to reduce the bureaucracy.
No, I don't think it's overhead, because lump sum means that we don't care about what your expenses are. Okay? It's a lump sum. You obviously have to describe them, but you don't need to claim them under the same rules as you would in other proposals. You know, no timesheets, no invoices, no overheads. Less financial trouble. However, you still need to keep records. And my advice is keep timesheets as well for your own, purpose of monitoring the project. You don't need to have them, as detailed as if you would in a different case. But I prefer to keep track of what my team is working on and how we are measuring. Just in case of an audit, you would be able to prove, you know, we had people working on that, and these are our receipts, these are our invoices. I mean, you will need that for your internal purposes anyway, most of the organization, just as an advice.
Okay, Connector 101, towards more inclusive networks and initiatives in European innovation. As we said, €500,000, €4 million budget, it's a CSA, and this is important, these eligibility conditions, and this goes back to what we were saying about the scoreboards. You need at least 3 independent legal entities, of which at least 1 is in a modest or moderate innovator region, and at least 1 is a strong or innovation leader innovator region. And then it tells you these are the scoreboards by which you determine which are strong and not strong. In case of associated countries not included in any of the previous references, the participation rank of the country will be taken as a reference. A ranked above average will be considered as moderate. So I interpret that associated countries basically fall into the moderate or modest innovation category in general. So if you start a project from Turkey, you've solved that problem to start with, right? Your search is for the strong innovator. Or if you're invited into a project by someone else in Europe, you need to check whether they count as a strong innovator, because you definitely will count as a modest innovator.
Turkey is emerging country in the innovation scoreboard. So I believe it's interpreted as modest.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not only, it doesn't matter just the country, you need to dig into the region. Okay, because if you are working with a region that has a lower score than modest, maybe, you know, an underdeveloped region from Turkey, although the country has a higher score, that region has a lower score. So you may use that as an advantage, that, you know, we want to promote a region that's underdeveloped. And in fact, I don't know if I mentioned it before, there is a term now called place-based innovation ecosystems, okay? So we don't care about innovation ecosystem in general. Okay? We want place-based innovation ecosystem. What's a place-based innovation ecosystem? What do you think?
So even if in Sweden, there might be a low, moderate
Exactly.
innovation.
A place-based innovation ecosystem, it's a city or a region, okay? We have Istanbul. Istanbul is obviously has a higher score than, say, I don't know, Kayseri. Okay?
Cappadocia, let's say.
Yeah.
I only know there are churches in Cappadocia. I'm sure there's other things there.
They are strong in other fields. So you can use that. And you can say, if you are building a place-based innovation ecosystem, then you are looking for regional actors, right? You want a stakeholder from Istanbul and a policymaker from Istanbul to strengthen your proposal. You don't go with a consortium with one partner, Izmir, one Ankara, one Istanbul. This is not a place-based innovation ecosystem. It doesn't mean that they cannot fit in a proposal, but the narrative is different. If you follow a narrative where you say, you know, we have a place-based ecosystem here in Istanbul, in Ankara, in Izmir, and we want to expand it, and we are going to work with Stockholm place-based innovation ecosystem, because for any number of reasons, then you are building place-based innovation ecosystem. So you need to cluster your partners from that particular region. Another thing that I want to mention is this one. Okay? Legal entities from widening countries can join already selected actions. Now, how is this going to work? There is another call called Hop On. It's a new call, brand new. There wasn't any similar thing under Horizon 2020. It will open, I think, in, it is open? There. It has 2 deadlines, right? April and then another one in October or something, right? Because it's, yes. Okay. So this Hop On call allows you, if you find a consortium willing to accept you, to add extra money to that consortium. So you submit a call, you submit a proposal, and you say, we have a consortium, they have their budget, and we are going to get more money to join this consortium for specific activities. Okay, so.
But that's Hop On, that's not
Hop
correct.
On, not this call, it's a different call. I'm mentioning it because I've seen it here. I don't know how exactly they are going to implement it under this call. So I assume that it is through another call that you need to go through. Okay. Hop On. Hop On. It's under widening. Yes.
But in order to apply it, we have to find a funded.
Yes.
And we have to connect with the coordinator of the project.
Yes.
So then the coordinator can apply for it.
You will apply and the coordinator will accept.
Yes, but in the funding system, the coordinator has to apply.
Yes.
for it. But in order to find such calls, there must be some funding.
Of course.
And only in the household, I guess, there are.
Hop On, Hop On is relevant for all Pillar 2
Yes.
and all Pillar 3, I think.
Yes, the EIE and
Yes.
but for the first deadline, that there will be no.
There are no agreements, yes.
So we will not be able to.
Exactly, exactly. I think it will be more useful in the next cutoff date. Because you will be able to see what the successful consortia are.
Sorry, I have one more question because this is kind of relevant for Turkey about regarding the Hop On. So for in order to apply on that one, and let's say in scale up there will be 5 winners. And do we need to choose one project and apply for that specific one, or
You need to contact the coordinator, make
we need
your
to specify
case. Yes.
project that
Yeah, yeah. You need to find the project and build a narrative around that project. So
Right.
you see the 5 winning, the 5 successful projects, and you say, okay, I know this coordinator or I know this partner. I am going to suggest to this consortium to take me in. This is how it works.
Right, moving on. Expected outcomes. So remember what we said beforehand about outcomes and impact, right? All of the following: increased inclusiveness by enlarging the participation of more diverse innovation actors, and broaden the participation among EU and associated country territories in already existing successful initiatives and networks that interconnect European innovation ecosystems and promote the deployment and scale up of innovative solutions, and reduce the innovation divide in Europe and reinforce the innovation aspects of the European research area in the areas of inclusiveness and connectivity. So here we are talking about enlarging the participation to more diverse actors, including a bigger range of actors than has been until now. We're talking about bringing together initiatives that are successful in different countries already. So you might take a moderately successful ecosystem in Turkey and try and bring it in touch with an advanced, a more leading innovative ecosystem in another European country, right? that might be one approach that would satisfy this kind of outcome. Reduce the innovation divide. Here you're really swimming against a current. Remember something called the network effect. Is it the network effect? No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what's called the power curve or zip phenomenon. So in a library, one book will be the most frequently borrowed book. Another book will be the second most frequently borrowed book, but will be borrowed 50% of the time compared to the first book. The third book will be borrowed 25% and so on. And so you have a long tail of books that are never borrowed. This is what the power curve. And it's a phenomenon that you see in lots and lots of social activities. This kind of project is really trying to swim against this power curve. Inevitably, in an economic system like the European Union, you have a few centers where all the money and all the innovation is ending up. And really you're trying to push against that and bring in other centers, other regions, other innovation groupings. And this is what really is, we're talking about the innovation divide, the fact that some areas in Europe are excessively successful and other areas of Europe are excessively unsuccessful. And so by funding this kind of action, you're pushing the opposite way and getting them to communicate and share expertise.
I think key words that you need to remember, it's diversity and inclusiveness. Okay, so think what actors from the ecosystem are underrepresented so far. Okay? Think of initiatives that maybe say bring more women into innovation, okay? Or they will serve sectors that were ignored so far.
Or social groups that are
Social groups, yeah.
missing. So target groups, these are the groups that you should include in your ecosystem proposal. Public, national, regional, and or local authorities, private organizations, publicly owned enterprises, professional associations, clusters, accelerators, innovation hubs, incubators, technology parks, and or any other representatives that lead initiative networks that support the deployment of innovation. These are all candidates for inclusion, directly as partners or indirectly in some kind of associated role, about which Odysseus spoke earlier. Yeah.
Does it say anything about coordinator? I mean, what?
No, just the
It's
partners.
up to you. It's up to you to select the coordinator that you feel it's more relevant.
The coordinator, really, the key is, should have a track record, should have experience. So at a minimum, experience of participating in other European projects, ideally experience coordinating something, right? So you're able to show that you have the managerial competence to run a project, right? Because you have staff, right? So a university or something like that is or a middle-sized company is more one has more confidence in them than a startup that has 5 people working for it and has no track record.
Even if you don't have any experience, is it still viable to be a coordinator candidate?
I wouldn't choose it. I would be if I were putting together the proposal, I would be looking to find a partner that has the right profile to be a coordinator. So to give an example, later on, Nuno will speak to us, and he works for an organization called F-Success. Actually, it's a very modern company with a lot of people working for it, but they're all contractors, right? And they're spread all over Europe. So on paper, although they had a track record as participating in various projects, when we started the Block IS project, of which they were the coordinator, in my organization, where they have very strict bureaucracy, they are completely mad, they said, oh, F success, not good enough. Not good enough to be a coordinator. This wasn't the European Union. This was my credit control people, right? And that's because although they had a track record in European projects, on paper, they're a tiny company. They look like 5 people. In fact, they're much bigger, but if you look at it from a credit score perspective, they look as though they're only 5 people. That caused a problem to my organization. We got over it in the end, and we ran the project. It was great. There was no problem. But this is just an example of the way you have to think a little bit about what sort of organization you put as your coordinator. So have a track record as a coordinator, have some projects in the past, and be visibly capable of managing projects. That is because you are big enough. A 5-person startup is not a good candidate.
Can I ask a question? We have this keyword inclusive, and probably people have 3 or more than 3 partners, including the consortium leader. In terms of inclusiveness, does any these partners or the leaders, we expect them to represent large, networks in terms of inclusiveness or reaching out, their capability of reaching out, representatives of, local institutions. I mean,
it helps. It helps. Let's put it that way. So if you're doing an innovation ecosystem on, I don't know, subatomic physics, let's say. Most physicists around the world, for some strange reason, are men. It's quite hard to be inclusive when it comes to physicists. However, in most areas of our activity, we can tell a story about inclusiveness. We can look around and see it could be that there are not enough women in this area. It could be there are not enough regions, or you're not representing the right group or enough of the less advantaged groups in society. So you need to look at what kind of people are not at the table institutionally because of habits, and people don't think about the fact that these people are excluded from the conversation. So that's what we mean by inclusiveness. Typical categories are women, other categories are specific regions, other categories might be specific social groups, various communities that don't have access to things. Let me give an example. Like we have a problem in Europe with gypsies, travelers, people who move about traditionally, and they're often very badly treated by the rest of society. So they're a social group that is outside of society. Yes, go on.
in this case, are they expected to include the association group or?
No, not unless you can say, in this area of innovation, there is a women's group that represents it. That makes sense. It would make more sense to say, we will take specific steps to train people in this area. We will run workshops that will be addressing that community. We will have a connection, not as partners, but through some kind of agreement with people who support that underrepresented group. Anything I've missed? Okay. Scope. Yeah, sorry.
Now that you mentioned, European Commission is from this year on, is starting to embed the gender equity plan.
Yeah.
So will you be giving us some advice today or tomorrow?
We will mention it.
Prepare one.
Yeah, we will mention it.
Are you from a public institution? Okay, you don't need to have one.
Yes.
Okay, but my advice is work on something. Work on a policy. Doesn't have to be 50 pages. It can be just you know, half
can
a
be
page,
half a
one
page.
page. Yeah.
It doesn't, it's not a big problem.
By the way, reviewers now dig a lot on the companies and the participants. So they go to their websites, they look for things that will help them evaluate the proposal. Because 30 pages is not, it's not, you know, they're very limited. So you need to go to the webpage of the company, of the organization, and dig around and see, do they have what they claim they have? So if you create such a plan, maybe it's a good idea to have it somewhere in your website. Say, this is our policy against women discrimination or for gender equality.
Sure. The reason I asked is what proposal submission you can only state whether you have or not, but when you're granted, by signing the grant agreement, you need to
For
I
public institutions.
think in a year or so, the gender plan will not be optional any longer.
It's not optional today for public institutions.
No, but it's going to be obligatory
Probably for all.
everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's not something to be scared about. It's a text which says, this is where we are. This is our ambition. We know we aim to have a positive environment that includes both men and women, and to treat everybody fairly. It's not some secret, complicated thing to do.
We should consider it as a side outcome, like not a primary outcome.
It's a requirement. A gender equality plan, it's a requirement for most organizations. If you are not a public institution, it's not a requirement per se. You don't need to have it, but it's good to have it. And maybe in the next call, you will need to have it.
I asked it because you have mentioned that inclusiveness is also a keyword.
Yes, yes. One does not exclude the other. Okay, you have a gender equality plan that where you describe what you are doing within your organization. Okay, how you are addressing the gender equality problem in your organization. But here we're talking about the proposal as well. So the gender equality plan is about your organization. The inclusiveness here is about your proposal, how your proposal is going to improve inclusiveness. So as Christopher said, maybe you would like to focus on underrepresented groups like women in that particular sector. Say, we are going to organize a women's group, a training specifically targeting new mothers or women that have lost their touch with work because they were raising their kids and they would like to re-enter business and re-enter the workforce. So this is the way you need to think if you want to address inclusiveness in terms of what you are doing in your proposal.
So to give another example, my Institute of Data Science, where I'm professor in Maastricht, we participate in something called Women in Data Science. So this is a conference that's run internationally. And we hold a local event as part of this. So it's a whole day, I think, where we get women to give talks about what they're doing in data science, right? And this is just a way of, emphasizing that we as an institution, as a research institute, support women pursuing a career in data science. Scope. increase Europe's innovation efficiency and capacity via expanding the participation of more diverse innovation stakeholders in existing successful initiatives and networks that support innovation deployment. This doesn't actually say very much different from what we have already said previously, but the spirit here is about innovation efficiency and capacity, right? So you have this emphasis here on making innovation flow more smoothly, increasing capacity, which capacity means here the expertise that people have, the number of people that there is with that expertise. This is the sort of thing where we talk about workshops and trainings and that sort of thing. Some innovation-related stakeholders are not aware of these networks, the nature of their activities, and ways to get involved and support the support they offer. Okay, again, this is something that we've mentioned before, is the fact that the left hand does not know what the right hand is doing. Even in the same city, there will be groups working on very similar things that are completely unaware of each other's activity. And it's bridging those divides, which, you know, let alone in a small city, even at a European scale, there will be groups doing exactly what you're doing, but you've never heard about them, right? And it's getting that communication to work better that is part of the point here. Europe sees too many innovation actors still miss from the innovation ecosystem, including investors, foundations, public and private buyers, social innovators, civil society and NGOs, as well as women innovators, apropos of our conversation. They're missing. They're just either not aware of each other's existence or they're isolated and not connected up. It's all about creating connections and establishing lines of communication.
Maybe they don't even exist like women innovators, so you have a proposal for
Yes, yes, yes, absolutely. They usually do exist, but they're called something else. You don't. No, I mean, even in Turkey, there will be plenty of women innovators. It's just that you don't think of them as women innovators because they're not calling themselves, I'm a tech innovator doing some clever technological thing. They're actually doing an amazing business, but it's their father or brother who gets all the credit or something like that. You know, that happens everywhere. It's not just Turkey.
And they are scattered around, so we need to maybe
Right, exactly. Exactly. I mean, this is not a Turkish phenomenon. This is everywhere. This sort of thing happens. Proposal should present the existing initiative and or networks, their role and activities towards uniting and representing a bigger ecosystem of stakeholders with a joint, clearly defined purpose to support key stakeholders, including SMEs and startups, towards innovation deployment. Potential initiatives and or networks that will be supported may include inter alia, clusters, accelerators, innovation hubs, and platforms. The proposal should demonstrate they successfully operate in Europe and explain the reasons for which they are considered to be successful in supporting innovation deployment. So you need innovators that have a track record of some success, particularly on the strong innovator end of the consortium, right? You need to be able to say they have the experience and they have a track record in doing good stuff here. And we are going to learn from them and replicate that. The proposal should describe the process applicants plan to follow in order to implement a solid opening up strategy of the initiative or network they represent, so as to include more participants and territories. How do you interpret the opening up strategy here?
I think you need to explain how you're going to reach out to others. Okay, what activities are you going to do to expand your network, not just within the consortium, but beyond that. So you as participants from Turkey are certainly are able to expand their network in the country by including other stakeholders in the region, in the expanded region, in the country. So you need to explain that. Of course, the strong innovator should do the same and try to expand the network in Europe. So we have as big an impact as possible.
Every proposal that the proposal should demonstrate that they successfully operate in Europe. So I'm a little bit confused here because, like in Sweden, there is a successful operating innovation center, for example, and then they have lots of innovation practices and ways of doing innovation in that area. So do I have to like benchmark their good practices in here, or is it like you said before, like we can create something, we can co-create together.
Yes, but you should be able to say we have past experience as a consortium. As a consortium, we have past experience, and that we can show that we do this successfully. You see what I mean? It's got to do with your track record that you've done it previously successfully in another context, even if it's purely on a regional level, and now you want to do it on a bigger level, or you've done it, your partner has done it in Stockholm, and you're going to do it with Sicily and part of Turkey. And you're going to sort of use their track record experience to do something similarly. Well, I mean, it should work in both ways. So if you have a really successful cluster here in Turkey, where you've co-created interesting things, there's no reason why, even though by the rules of this call, you need a entity somewhere in a high innovation area, why the learnings can go in two directions. So they may be able to give you more expertise in, let's say, finance, right? And you may be able to give them more expertise in bottom-up co-creation, right? You're able to reach out to local entities, local entrepreneurs, because you've done it, and they're going to bring in, venture capitalists or startup funding or regional development banks or some other kind, or they might be experts in policy, let's say. They might be really good at saying, okay, it's fantastic what you're doing in your region, but what you need is policy that will actually support that. And we've done a lot of policy work. We've done policy innovation. We know how to talk to governments, to EC, to people, to persuade them to change policies in this area, right? I'm really trying to stretch your minds as to the kind of possible innovation ecosystems you can construct and the kind of expertise that you can bring to the table. Finally, the proposal should explain how expansion to new territories and/or inclusion of new stakeholders would bring added value both at initiative network level and at EU level. So that's obvious. Tell us why this is a good thing. Okay, now I'm concerned about the time, but okay. The proposal should describe the proposed activity to achieve topic outcomes, including ways to better identify the specific needs of key innovation stakeholders, design and development of joint strategies, co-creation, new supporting services, tools and resources to facilitate and expand the support provided to innovation stakeholders, joint awareness raising and communication campaigns to reach out to more stakeholders. So this is what you should do stuff, right? Ways to identify the specific needs of key innovators, design and development. This is the co-creation. Awareness raising and communication, right? Proposal should present the variety of involved stakeholders, universities, investors, public and private buyers, foundations, social innovators, women-led businesses, civil society organization, women again, you women here who are interested in this, or men. And the new ones that they bring in comparison to the current and other initiatives. So again, this is to echo what Odysseus was said, you can't just say we're going to talk to each other. here are 3 entities. It's not good enough to say we're all going to have a nice dinner together and it's going to be great, right? We could have done that in FP7, possibly in Horizon 2020 in some areas. This definitely not. It's the 3 entities, and we have to say we're going to talk to these and these and these other people. People that may be our friends or may not be our friends. We've never talked to them before, but we've decided that they're important to talk to. Proposal should explain the diversion of involved member states and associated countries with the participation of legal entities from countries and regions that are moderate and modest innovators, provide information on how this could help those lagging behind in terms of innovation.
You see that this is again the same thing, right? We are repeating. Diversion, moderate and modest. So don't be afraid because of the text. It often repeats.
We are going to bore you because we're going to repeat ourselves repeatedly, but this is part of the training process. The proposal should demonstrate complementarity and encourage the alignment of the proposed initiative network with other national and regional and or local policies and strategies, including smart specialization strategies. So this is the spirit of saying, well, we are connected also to an existing project, but not just projects, strategies. So you might have a government strategy. So say, the Turkish government has a strategy to support this sector. Our new ecosystem is aligned with this Turkish government strategy, or this pot of money that the Turkish government is making available for these activities. Might be at a national level, might be at a regional level, or even at a municipal level, the strategy that is being implemented, the policies. So think broadly here. It may be a pot of money, maybe a strategy, maybe a policy document, maybe a new law, maybe a whole range of things that you want to say, well, we are doing this in alignment with that. They have this new law, and we're going to bring in lots of other people to make this relevant to them. Okay, connect to. What are we going to do? It's 10 to 1, Elisas.
We can go through connect because we can
do it a bit faster.
We have still.
Okay, connect to.
A lot of things that we connect to contains, we have already discussed. Because it's a lot of the same concepts. The exact similar layout, so it's a CSA again.
But it says co-fund.
No, I think you
have got the wrong.
You have the wrong call. It's not 2-1. It's 1-2. It's 1-2.
Okay, 1-2, 1-2. Okay, blast. You got your slides.
I have mine slides.
Swap slides. That was my mistake.
My slides.
Can I ask a question regarding the first call? About the network initiation scope?
Sorry.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Should project proposal focus on one sector, let's say, digitalization of manufacturing sector, or should we talk about the general innovation ecosystems? How can consortium should wield a proposal?
I think more focused is better.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
More sectoral focus is key point.
Yeah, I don't think it should be very broad because if you're talking about an ecosystem, it has to be people who in principle would want to talk to each other. So in principle, people doing aerospace and people doing microbiology don't want to talk to each other. So don't give me a ecosystem including aerospace and and microbiology.
Can be complementary, but not fully.
So this goes back to the coherence of the story. I mean, does what you're proposing as an ecosystem make sense? Would these, if you'd been able to kick people up the arse previously, would they actually want to sit at the same table and have dinner together? I think that's a good criterion. Would these people want to have dinner together, right? If they would want to have dinner together because they would have things to talk about, there's an potential for an ecosystem. If they would have nothing to talk about because they are doing completely different things, then it's probably doubtful whether it's a good ecosystem. Does that make sense?
Can I?
Yeah,
go
you
back?
control this because you've done this.
So we were talking about Connect 1.1.
Yeah.
Now we're going to talk about Connect 1.2. Yes, all these slides will be available to you, both mine and that's 1.1. We discussed that. Okay, before I go to Connect 1.2, I want to remind you what is social entrepreneurship. Okay, so it's all about recognizing the social problems and the social challenges. It fits around social innovation. So you are working to create a solution for a social problem. That doesn't mean that you cannot earn money out of that, okay? But it's not innovation for the sake of innovation. It's innovation that actually gives a solution to a problem that we have. So let's go to the call. Same eligibility rules. One partner from modest or moderate innovation region, one from strong, 3 partners at least. Expected outcomes, slightly different, but again, you can see openness, competitiveness, global potential of developing innovation ecosystem and creation of local jobs. So local jobs, focus on that. We need to create more local jobs in the ecosystem and make the ecosystem more competitive. That wasn't mentioned in Connect 1.1. No, this is Connect 1.2. Oh, wait, where is Connect 1?
Connect 1.1. Have you left out Connect 1? Oh, well, no, 2 as well. We done both the same thing.
Okay. Where's Connect 2? I think this is a wrong title. But it's Connect to social innovation actors. Yeah, it's just a wrong title.
It should be 1.
Okay,
2.
this it should be 1.2, but everything else is correct. Yeah, integration of social innovation actors in innovation ecosystem, and that's why I told you about the social entrepreneurship. And so we are in 1.2. Sorry about this mess up. So we look in this one for active participation of social innovation actors. So in this call, you will need more than the others to bring society in it, in any way you can. So you need a bottom-up approach. You need to involve end users, you need to involve diverse groups, associations, citizens, groups that can bring their own feedback into the mix.
So this would not emphasize technology, really.
Yes.
It would be much more to do with starting out with the people.
And why do you want to do that? Because you want to access their entrepreneurial knowledge and co-create together solutions for social problems. So wider access to financing social innovations. How do we finance the social innovation? Because it's nice to have such ideas, but often these ideas are not easily foundable. Okay, nobody wants to give more money, say, for increasing women in social, in boards of directors of businesses, or no, they just don't want to do it. It doesn't necessarily have a profit associated with that. So this is why we need this kind of interventions. And then we need tested innovation models with potential of scaling up replicability.
Do you all have a clear concept of what social innovation looks like?
Yeah, I was going to ask that. define what it is so that we can
Okay.
propose it the right way.
Again, I bring in my experience in food and agriculture as an example. The typical entrepreneur in the food system is your farmer, or perhaps a collection of farmers in a cooperative who are producing a product and selling it to a market. That is the sort of standard model. A social innovation approach is something that's quite spreading quite a lot across Europe now. Both has a long history, but has come back, is what are called community-supported agriculture, where you have a group of people who decide that we will sponsor a farm or a set of farms. We have a different business model, so we are paying a regular amount all through the year, and we receive products from the farm over that year. So there is a community involved, the members of this community-supported agriculture. There are the farmers involved. And so this is an example both of a different business model and a social innovation because it has social consequences, right?
Yeah, do you remember collaboratives? At some point, yeah, okay, a collaborative was a social innovation at the time. So you had the typical business that had, say, the shareholders, okay? What was a collaborative? The people that were already working had the share of the business and they were participating in that. So that was a social innovation. The DeFi, for instance, may be considered social innovation, decentralized finance, okay? Through the tools of blockchain and other innovations, maybe it's not yet there, but may be used for some kind of social innovation. If you get together a community that can borrow, one member can borrow another member by avoiding banks that are not willing to borrow, then this might be a social innovation. As long, of course, as you are doing that to fight some kind of an actual social problems, and you're not borrowing the other person, you know, to buy arms or to play in the casino or something. Okay, so it has to have a social aspect of that. There are plenty of examples. If you go what is social innovation? Google it, and you will find plenty of examples. Even the regulation to include more women in the boards of directors is considered a social innovation.
May I ask one more?
Yes, yes.
So the social innovation that we're talking about should, I think, also be a problem of Europe. For
Yeah.
example, like the migration issue.
Exactly. Yeah.
So we should focus on these kind of topics. Right?
In this
order to
particular
make
call, yes.
relevant for
Yes.
Europe, our so strong
Yes.
innovation.
In this particular call, in 1.2, you should focus on social innovation. Okay? 1.2 is about social innovation. That's the title. Integration of social innovation actors in innovation ecosystems. So you may have an innovation ecosystem that isn't really very strong in social innovation. Okay? They may be, you know, very strong at other things, but they are ignoring these societal challenges. So you may work with them to include social innovation in that.
Let me give you another example. In Britain, they run every year a butterfly counting exercise. So there is a non-profit environmental organization that focuses on butterflies. You all know what butterflies are. So for one day, I think, or 1 week per year, everybody is supposed to, who wants to participate, is supposed to go in their garden and count the butterflies, right? And they collect that as data and are able to say how well the butterflies are going, right? Now, imagine if you took such a social actor and say, we will bring them into a system, an ecosystem, so that we start having better data about the levels of biodiversity in a country. You say, right, let's get a UK entity. I don't know if UK entities can join, but anyway, let's get a Belgian entity that does this. I think there are Belgians that do the same sort of thing, and bring and get some environmental NGO in Turkey, say, right, let's learn from them how to do a butterfly count in Turkey and get lots of people around Turkey to do butterfly counts once a year, because this will be useful for the green objectives of Europe, blah, blah, blah, and we will have better data about the performance of the environment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you're combining their social innovation with bigger objectives. You're bringing in entities that previously did not participate in this sort of thing. You're going to train perhaps some Turkish NGOs to develop their expertise in running this kind of thing. You might bring a technology partner who provides you with a platform with an easy app to collect the data, et cetera, et cetera. You can write a whole story there that is about creating an ecosystem that does social innovation, contributing to a higher goal. Let's carry on.
Target groups, same, but you will see first and foremost the social innovation actors, social entrepreneurs. The scope, so raise awareness and access of social entrepreneurs to resources of groups. So the idea here again, as I told before, is to bring people that work on social innovation in these ecosystems. Okay? They're underrepresented. And have the last spillover effect. So you bring people in, you bring social innovators in the ecosystem, and then you try to create effects that society will be engaged through that. Okay, and society should embrace these ideas and start using them, and you can co-create with them. So the first one is to bring people in, and then you try to create effects that will bring more end users to the tool. And by end users, in this case, we mean society. I will not go again into detail. We have discussed this. So under scope, you will see what you can do. That goes, of course, for all. Transfer of knowledge, building capacities. What is this? How do you transfer knowledge? You can develop an exchange of personnel, for instance. Okay, you work on such a program where somebody from your accelerator visits an accelerator in France, and they can stay there for a few weeks, see what is how it works and all. Developing business support services for social entrepreneurs this time. Okay, maybe some toolkits. This platform that some templates, some manual. So if you are having questions about social innovation, imagine what others that are not involved in this industry have. So we need to train both society and innovators and the stakeholders on what social innovation is. And we need to explain to them how they can work with these ideas and how they can also be successful with these ideas. So it is even, sometimes there's a case.
But this is mostly about transferring technologies, skills, expertise. It's although it uses the word developing there, don't imagine you have the budget to create a new, you're not developing a platform or anything like that.
Hubs, centers of excellence, innovation models, creation of open platform. Now, they mention all this here. You don't have the budget. You need to find them from others and bring them into your project. That's the only way that this can happen. Yes. So you need to find this from others, from other partners, from other institutions, and bring them into your project and maybe adapt them a little bit. Yeah. Again, I explain what social entrepreneurship is, social innovation and social entrepreneurship. Remember these terms, because this is what this call is about. Now, we're already 10 minutes late. Because we have a lot of people joining through Zoom, I wouldn't like to stop that and present scale up after. So I will ask your patience. I know that I'm standing between your food, your food and you, but you will give me another maybe a quarter, 20 minutes to complete the scale-up call. And then we can all go and enjoy our lunch. Okay, so bear with us. The scale-up call is very interesting because it has a higher budget, 1.5 million available.
Per proposal.
Sorry?
Per proposal.
Per proposal, yes. I don't know where I have no. Okay, I don't remember. I think there are 4 proposals that will be funded. And again, we have one strong innovator, one modest innovator. Now, I started explaining this before. So these are the expected outcomes. You can see here that we want openness, competitiveness, global potential, local jobs, high value added. So these are the terms that you need to work with. Okay, these are the expected outcomes. During your project, you need to present activities, for instance, that will enhance openness. What do we mean by openness? Open innovation, open science. So there are a lot of results that stay always within the researchers in closed labs. We want to take out these results. We want to bring together entrepreneurs with researchers, because many times we have seen that we have a new innovation, and for a lot of years nobody uses this innovation, and then something happens. Maybe some other innovations help, or the society matures, or there is a need, and you see that this innovation that it's already around for a few years scales up and becomes, prominent everywhere. So you need to find these kind of innovations and open them to potential innovators, to potential entrepreneurs. And
Ecosystems,
yes.
not on an innovation, right? So you don't need to find a particular innovation, but rather the ecosystem around a particular area of innovation.
Yeah, it's a sector agnostic. All these calls are sector agnostic. Okay, so you need to find the thematic area, the sector that you are working in. Now, as Merve asked, there are a lot of complementary sectors. I'm sure that agro-food, for example, would be a complementary sector to logistics, because you need to carry somehow the food that you are producing. But space and aviation doesn't have anything to do with physics. Well, it has, but not in the sense that they're too easy to combine. So you need to think how you're building the story, what kind of partners are complementary, and how you can use one to promote the other. Target groups, we have the same target groups. Again, you will see acceleration providers, incubators, accelerators, company builders, innovation agencies, TTO offices, regional public authorities, educational institutions. Anything in your ecosystem is.
But you see from this collection of actors that you're not actually wanting to include a company, big or small, but rather the associations that these companies belong to, or network or organizations that represent a network or cluster of such organizations at all levels. So even it's probably better not to include a university perhaps as a coordinator, but even it's better not to include a university, but rather a network that the universities are part of, let's say.
And what's the scope? The aim is to raise awareness and access of social entrepreneurs to resources. So we see again the same line, social entrepreneurs have a lasting spillover effect by bringing attention to social innovation. The second scope, improve the quality of acceleration services, network outreach, and scale-up support. Share business acceleration best practice. Again, this is a list of things that you can do. They are not, you don't have to do all of them. And these are not the only things that you can do, but they're examples. If you start thinking about how you can work on an exchange on an accelerator program, or how you can include evaluators maybe from abroad when you are evaluating your own proposals in your acceleration or in your incubation process, for instance. Okay, establishing a virtual platform. Again, you don't have the money to develop from scratch such a platform, but maybe in another project you had something similar and you can adapt it to this call. Okay, that was it. Yes. Mm-hmm.
In innovators, there are many enterprises or
Yes.
innovations which are from different sectors, but you also mentioned that this call mentions that it will be better for a thematic area or sector.
First of all, in incubators, there are different companies, of course, but usually, I don't know, from my experience, 95% of the time, incubators also have a selection process of what kind of companies they will accept. So you will not see, okay, maybe you will see, but it's quite rare. In the same incubator, a company working, let's say, in microbiology and another one working in space industry. You may do that if it is an exceptional case, but usually the incubators are, entities that try to also create a narrative and bring together relevant companies. Now, if they don't, because you may also have, in a small place, you may find the small incubator, and in that small incubator, you can find all kinds of companies. Then you may work with an accelerator, because even incubators as entities will also try to diversify and build, for instance, accelerators. Now, accelerators usually are more specific. So you want to accelerate companies in one specific industry, okay? So I'm sure that there are plenty of stakeholders. You need to choose the right one for you. I think we had a lot of questions during the presentation, so, and everybody's hungry now. I can see that.
I think we've sent them to sleep.
Probably after. I don't know how many will return.
Okay.
Okay, I think we can stop it now. We are 20 minutes off our schedule, but you can have your lunch. Where? In C2 floor, you can have your lunch. We'll be back in 2:15. Okay, 2:15. We continue with one presentation. I promise I will keep it short, and then we will split you into groups, and we will give you a nice exercise that will prevent you from sleeping. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
4. Ses deneme 1 2 3 4. Ses deneme 1 2 3 4. Ses deneme 1 2 3 4 prova. Test deneme 1 2 3 4 prova. Test deneme. Tamam. Ses deneme 1 2 3 4. Deneme 1 2 3 4 prova. Deneme 1 2 3 4. Deneme 1 2 3 4 prova. Test deneme.
I'm glad you're back. Actually, all of you are back. That's nice. It's a good start. Thank you for participating to the poll. Please continue. It's the feedback that we'd like to have so that we know how to serve you better. What I would like to say is that for organizations that are planning to submit a proposal in this call, in one of these 3 calls, okay? Please send us your concept notes if you want, of course, and we will try to help you. We can review your concept notes and provide some guidance, some advice. We can guide you through participants. Maybe we have a participant in our own network who would be interested in your call. Okay. However, we will need some substantial information from you, not just an idea. You know, I would like to participate in that call. Okay. And I will show you what I mean later on. Okay. Can we open the calls presentation up? Please continue to leave that open. You can continue vote. I see 13 people. I want you all to vote to our polls. Remember, in the back of your agenda, there is a QR code, so please continue to vote. Yes. So it seems that we made a small mistake and we show you the wrong call. So the scale-up call we presented was expanding ecosystem, but was a call that was from the previous period. It will open again, and it has many common parts. So I will go through fast in the right call, Scale-up 1.1, expanding entrepreneurial ecosystems. I'm in the right call, right? Okay. So according to the call text, the expected outcomes for these projects are improved flows of innovation resources between innovation ecosystems at various levels of development, quality of entrepreneurial education, local talents, entrepreneurial activity, blah, blah, blah, blah. Focus here. Quality of entrepreneurial education. This is what this call is about. Okay? Entrepreneurial education. What was the problem? The problem was that a lot of founders, young entrepreneurs, MBA students believe that they know everything and they can start their own business and they can create successful programs and become Mark Zuckerberg or something. But they were missing a lot of business skills, a lot of soft skills that they were necessary. So this is what this proposal is about. Improve quality of entrepreneurial education. Of course, while doing that, we want to improve flows of innovation resources between innovation ecosystems. What does that mean? Same as in the other calls, create networks, bring know-how and collaboration from abroad, from strong innovators to modest ones. And as one more, enhanced entrepreneurial activity in developing innovation ecosystem, scale up, okay? So you are doing that because you want to expand as an ecosystem. That's an interesting one, increased youth self-employability. What does that say to us? That you will need to focus on young people, okay? So entrepreneurship skills for young people. You need to work towards that. And of course, raise awareness of diverse businesses. So you have noticed by now that all these calls have an underlying scope, let's say, okay? Expand your network, bring knowledge and know-how from abroad, from strong innovators, diversify, create more inclusiveness. These things are common. But this one wants you to focus towards entrepreneurial education. Who can apply? you can see from the target group, okay? Vocational schools, higher education establishments, universities, colleges, public authorities in the field of education, an agency related to that, SMEs, corporation. That doesn't mean that something that it is not mentioned here cannot apply. So an incubator can apply, an accelerator can apply, if you can build a compelling narrative. Okay? But these are the target groups, which means that you need to have a few of these. The scope. Blah, blah, blah, blah. Where do we stand? Employment conditions, set of skills. Okay, set of skills. This is where we focus. You need a set of skills to become an entrepreneur. You need a set of skills to build your own business. Now, what is important? Educational institutions to work with business sector. Because what's the problem? Educational institutions are educational institutions. They provide some skills. Nobody asked the business sector what kind of skills they really need. Okay, so universities stay in the normal curriculum and continue to teach things the way they did 10 or 20 years ago. But this is not enough anymore, right? So we need to prepare students for rapidly changing working environment. After COVID, we all realized that. Nobody wants to get back to the offices nowadays. Okay? Everybody wants to work from home. This is a rapidly changing working environment. AI is coming. New technologies are coming. A lot of professions will become obsolete. So you need more entrepreneurial competencies, again. Okay. The skills and activity gap is bigger in peripheral areas. We know that. Okay. Obviously, Istanbul is stronger than another area in Turkey, a rural area. So maybe you need to focus in that rural area and confirm the importance of closely interlinked ecosystems and create links between these stronger areas with these less privileged ones. And finally, again, should enhance entrepreneurial skills, as if we didn't know by now, of youth in modest and moderate innovation ecosystems by supporting entrepreneurial education. Programs designed in close collaboration with private sector and business acceleration entities. So what do they expect you to do in this? Design new programs of entrepreneurial education along with the accelerators or the stakeholders working in this field. And you need to involve the private sector, you need to involve the innovation hubs, the educational institution, and of course, find local talents, female talents, and give them the knowledge that they need to grow. Finally, a few ideas on the actions that you can include into your proposal. Engagement of business experts in implementation of educational programs. Example, you go to a local university, you to a business school of the local university, and you say, okay, who is teaching this course? Only professors. We should include people from the industry in some modules. We could create a new module where founders, for instance, could teach. Engagement of students and graduates from various disciplines. The alumni, maybe you have in your university some very successful businessmen. Bring them back to teach, to exchange ideas with the students. Maybe you have some company, some spin-offs created out of the university. Try to engage them with the new students. Co-ideation challenges. This is again the concept of co-creation. So if you Google co-creation and co-ideation, you will find a lot of very useful material. The whole process is, okay, we don't have an idea, but let's develop this idea together. Let's all together do some brainstorm, but at the same time, let's try to use this brainstorm to finalize something more tangible, not just, think about nice ideas, but we can follow a process, and at the end of this process, we will have something. Because sometimes, or often, more often than most, you end up discussing and discussing and discussing about ideas, and you don't end up anywhere. So you need this kind of process. And finally, the impact of the action goes beyond consortium members and their respective countries. Of course, you need, again, networking. Now, a tool that you can use to implement your actions is this one, the European Entrepreneurship Competence Framework, ENTRECO. This is made of 3 competence areas and 15 competencies. So you will see here the areas, the introduction, the resources and ideas and opportunities. And the idea is that you combine skills and knowledges and information, training models within these 3 areas to evolve that, okay? This is a document, this is a framework created by JRC, and it's available. Explicitly, the proposals tells you that you should use it, so you don't, start from scratch. Whatever program you're suggesting, whatever idea you're working on, you should first read this document and make sure that you are aligned with that. And that's it, okay? It's a very interesting call. I think it is very interesting because it helps to build better relation between universities and stakeholders of innovation. So almost every university must have some kind of incubator, accelerator. So you can use that. You can use that because you can have the accelerator of the university participating in the proposal. And even if the university itself does not participate, you can prove the affiliation. So you can build, let's say, a proposal with a number of accelerators and universities from Turkey and abroad, and you can build a good narrative saying that, we have a strong innovator from, we have a partner from a strong innovation country like France or Germany or Spain, and we will be working with them to develop new programs for our entrepreneurship program. So that was just to correct the mistake we did in the last session. Can you bring the normal sequence of the presentations now? Yes. Yeah. Building consortia, yes, building consortia. So, strategies for joining consortia. Why is this important for you? Most of your organizations haven't led the project so far. Okay, that's not bad necessarily. Okay, so you don't have an experience to lead the European project. That doesn't mean that you don't have experience at all. You are not you just didn't have the chance to lead the project so far. Okay? Not a problem. You can always join a project. If you have already successfully been in a project as a partnership, as a partner, then maybe you could always lead one. In this presentation, I'm going to show you how you're going to build your profile, how you're going to show your strengths and approach potential partners and consortia. And of course, negotiate your part in this consortium and in a budget. So it is a more generic presentation. It doesn't apply only to European innovation ecosystems. It can apply in every code. But of course, we have adapted it for this particular opportunity. So if this is your first time in EU funding, you know that most opportunities require collaboration. You need to build your network. You cannot go alone. and you need experience in EU funding. So you need somehow to build that experience. Now, do you want to be a coordinator or a participant? Who here wants to be a coordinator? Nobody? Or you want to be a coordinator? By all means. I never want to be a coordinator. I don't want to be a coordinator. I want to be a participant. I want to have less tasks, more budget, and ideally do nothing. Okay? If I can achieve that, I'm the best. Okay? Christopher disagrees.
There are circumstances where you want to be the coordinator. I mean,
Yeah.
I've generally failed at being coordinator, even though I've had a lot of projects. Although I've often been what they call in French the éminence grise, the person whispering behind that guides the whole thing. The reason to be a coordinator is particularly if you can impose your vision, if you have a particular really passionate wish to achieve a certain thing. So it is more work, it is more bureaucracy, it is more responsibility. And so there are lots of reasons for not doing it. And although you usually can allocate yourself as a bigger part of the budget, it doesn't really compensate for the effort involved. So the main reason is, if you like, intellectual or political. There is a reason for you to guide this group of people to do this. And there is a quid pro quo, give and take here. If you try and be the coordinator, people will be grateful to you, and then they will invite you into their projects. So my philosophy is always to try and coordinate 1 or 2 proposals every year amongst many others, because that builds up the goodwill from other partners, right? Even if you're not successful, the fact that you made the effort, you put the project together, you ran all these bloody meetings to get people to agree on what the content of the proposal is and told them, you know, what their budgets were and all that sort of stuff. It's good politics, put it that way.
Exactly. This is the only reason why you need to be a coordinator. Okay? You don't like it, but you need to coordinate. You need to start. You need to initiate a number of proposals each year, because you need to have your network alive. And then you need to sell yourselves, your organizations, to the other consortium. So, and of course, once you get the experience, once you have the experience of even trying to coordinating a proposal, not a project, okay? You don't care at the moment if the proposal is successful or not. You will gain a lot of experience, and you will be able to provide to write better proposals anyway. Having said that, yes, it requires a lot of experience, more resources. You need to have the ability to manage the project, or at least the proposal, and you need to have a clear strategy for every aspect. So if you have a vision and you know that you are able to implement that vision, yes, by all means, go for coordinator. If you don't have a strong vision, and you're not exactly have excellent knowledge in these framework programs, then you better need to gain that, and you can gain that by being a participant. So I have a roadmap for participating in a consortium. It's not, it's not certified by Union. It's what worked for me, and what I have, what's the experience I gained through these projects, through these years of work in projects. So this is a roadmap to participation, but it can also be a roadmap for you, even if you want to be a coordinator. Most of the steps are the same. Okay? You need to understand the problem, create your research profile, assemble your team, identify the opportunities, introduce your organization, prepare a concept. Now, if you are a coordinator, obviously you will lead that. You will lead the concept creation, okay? It's your vision. If you are not, you will try to present what you can do to contribute to the vision or to the expected impacts or the expected outcomes of the proposal. And then you need to pitch your offer or your concept, join a consortium or build a consortium if you want to coordinate, contribute, or manage others and persuade others to contribute to your proposal, negotiate budget. If you are a coordinator, you need to negotiate budget with everyone. If you are a participant, you need to negotiate with the coordinator, finalize and submit. So let's go step by step. First of all, you need to understand the problem. Remember that every single call from European Commission for the Horizon Europe, and for every call for that matter, is aligned with a number of priorities and policies. So you need to remember these priorities and policies. These are the priorities and policies for the next 4 years. They don't change that much over the years. So you see Green Deal, digital age, economy that works for people. These are there for at least 15 years. I mean, digitization, okay, greening the environment, climate neutral continent. These are things that are being reiterated again and again. Economy that works for people. So attractive investment environment and quality jobs. So yes, we need to create more, we need to digitize our economies, we need to green our economies, but not at the expense of people. These are more political directives, so stronger Europe in the world, promoting European way of life, new push for European democracy. These are more political mandates that you will see mainly in social sciences calls. So, and of course, the recovery plan for Europe, which is the fund to help Europe after COVID-19. Now, in EIE in particular, complex and systematic changes cannot be solved by individual actors. So you need to remember that. So we need interconnected, inclusive innovation ecosystem. Again, interconnectedness, inclusiveness, network connectivity, help innovative SMEs. Nothing new, okay? We all already know that. So the scope is to create more connected, more inclusive, more efficient ecosystems. See, these are quite generic. So you need, it's like a checklist. You are working on ideas and then you try to think if these ideas actually respond to these challenges. I'm afraid that you do need to do some reading. There is a strategic plan. You need to have a good understanding of this strategic plan to see where everything is going. And then you need this strategic plan analysis. Okay, it's not necessary for you to read from cover to cover, but it's there if you want to dig deeper. And of course, you need to read very carefully the work program, especially the calls that you will be targeting. We are here. Christopher already presented that. And how do we understand the problem? How do we start evolving? Now, the difference between Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe is that now we have very much defined challenges in our calls. So we have the priorities. From these priorities, Europe has created the key strategic orientations and impact areas. And out of this, it has created the expected impacts. And out of these expected impacts, we have the work programs. So when you see the EIE work program, you know that it comes from the key strategic orientations and the EU policy priorities. And we have 6 priorities, the ones that I showed you, 4 strategic orientations, I will show them later on, 32 expected impacts, generic impacts, the 3 pillars that you know, 6 clusters, and 32 destinations. These are just, you don't have to remember this. This is to give you an overview of the program. So these are the 4 strategic, key strategic orientations. And you can try to read them. It will take you some time to understand them. It took me some time. But the idea here is digital transformation, environmental protection, sustainable development, resilience, and inclusiveness. These titles are mine, by the way. So it's my interpretation. But if you read them, I'm sure that you will agree. And these are the key strategic orientations. Everything in Horizon Europe needs to contribute to these key strategic orientations. And how do you do that? These are from clusters. Remember that we are sector agnostic here, but in clusters, in key strategic orientations, this is the resilience, you have specific impact areas, and then each cluster responds to these particular areas. In our case, in European innovation ecosystems, we don't need to address a specific challenge. So we don't need to go to a cluster. However, you need to consider what are the priorities of your region, of your country, according to the innovation strategies that you may have. I know that Turkey doesn't have any regional innovation strategies, but Europe has. But you may have something different, a different document, a different name. You need to align that. I'm sure that you will have. I know that Turkey has a research strategy. So you need to align this strategy and combine it with what is available in Europe. And once you do that, once you understand the challenges, then you are ready to think about an idea, a service, or a product. Now, again, this is slightly different. You need to think an idea, service, offer, or a product, but in the context of our calls, this means an idea, a service, or a product that will help innovation and promote this key objective. So we're one layer below or above. Let's say. So, okay, so we want to support innovation. We don't want to support one specific key orientation, but we are trying to build an innovation solution that will work in a target sector that we have, okay, based on the strategy of your own region. Say, if your region is strong in energy, for instance, and there is an accelerator working with companies that have a lot of innovation in renewable energies, then this is your thematic area. This is the area that you need to work on. So you need to build your proposal. You need to build your story around that. Renewable energies. Renewable energies, of course, do answer specific areas, key orientation areas of Europe, and do answer key priorities, right? We have Green Deal. We have sustainability, climate change, environment. So green energies provide solutions to some of these problems. So work on your idea. Now, step 2, you need to create your research and innovation profile. That's not about your specific idea, that's about your organization. Okay? What do you do well? What separates you from competition? What are your strong assets? What can you offer that others cannot? A research and innovation profile, it's just 2 pages. In Horizon 2020, that was a requirement. So all organizations participating in calls had to have one two-page document explaining their abilities, their strengths, their role in the project, description of their activities and the key personnel and publications, products and services. So just like a profile of your business. Now it's not. No. Now what you do is you write. We have part A. That used to be in part B in Horizon 2020. Okay. The profile of your organization used to be in part B. We used to include it in the proposal. Now there's no part B. Sorry, there is a part B, but there is no such a section. There is in the new template, there are 3 pages where you can explain and describe the consortium as a whole. So mainly you get about a paragraph space there for your organization. Okay, so you can, it's basically the description and your role in the project. Applications, products and services have been moved to part A. So when you fill in the administrative data of your organization in part A, there is a section there where you can add publications, where you can add references for past projects, you can add data sets, any other assets that you have and may help the proposal. However, what is necessary? It's necessary to have a golden paragraph both for you as researchers and your organization. So this is an example of a golden paragraph of your researchers, okay, or your personnel. I'm this, I studied, this is my background, this is what I've done, these are my experiences, so forth. So create your research innovation profile, and you may want also to create your, we call it solution or tech stack or productivity stack, call it what you want. So some of you told me that in past projects, for instance, you have developed some kind of platform for entrepreneurship, some kind of tools that could be used, maybe some kind of manuals. These are the things that you can contribute to a new project. So make a list of them. This is what this is. Okay? We have this platform, we developed it in a previous project, it can be used in this one as well. We can adapt it. It's already being used by a number of companies. And as a checklist, I suppose that all of you have a PIC number, you know how to get one. You do have a research innovation profile. If you don't, you should soon create one. This research innovation profile, it's good if you have it in a prominent place in your website. Okay, why? Because the space for a proposal is just 30 pages. It's very difficult to fit whatever you want in these 30 pages. The space is very limited. So these reviewers and evaluators are already going to the websites of the partners. Well, I do. Yeah, I always go to the website of the partners. So it will be good if somewhere where it's easy to find, not very deep down, you can promote your other projects, your experiences, and the tools that you already have and can be used. Okay, it can be one page, it can be a section. It's up to you. It's how you can structure it the best way possible. It's up to you, but it should be there.
Can I add something now? Don't forget that the proposal is not just the 30 pages. There is a part A as well. And the part A involves quite a lot of information about your organization as well, which used to be in the profile.
I mentioned it, yes. I mentioned it.
So what you have in your research and in innovation profile on your website it's useful to think of it as complementary to your Part A information, which will specify particular people, particular projects, particular outputs that you have. So think of those two things as working together.
Yes. It will only be validated once you have been successfully selected for a project.
If you're selected, then go to the validation process.
They will contact you, don't worry. They won't forget you. If you declare a peak number, you can participate in any proposal, not a problem. Once the proposal is shortlisted, so even before you get the summary where it says that congratulations, you won, they start validating the partners of the consortium that are not yet validated. Okay, partners will start receiving mails. Please provide us with this and this and this papers and documents and data so that we can validate your organization. So next thing, assemble your team. Compliance with the research agenda of the organization, approval of hierarchy, support from other colleagues. Why this is important? Because you cannot do it alone. You need a team. And in order to have a team, you need to agree with the management of your organization, okay? If your director, if your rector, if, I don't know, whoever is in charge says that, oh, I don't believe in Horizon Europe proposal, so don't lose any time with that, then you won't have a chance, okay? Because sometimes, and I have seen it, I have heard it, we agree with some middle management, and then we are very happy because we think that we found the partner that we are missing, and then two weeks later, you receive an email and says, you know, my director decided not to participate in this proposal, and that blows the whole consortium up in the air, especially if you just have a few days to submit. So don't do that, you will lose credibility. Discuss first with your administration, make sure that your director knows what you're working on, knows what calls you're after, and ensure that you have the commitment of the management and their support, because you will need to build a team around that. And you need people who have a good technical understanding of the calls, good English, they are able to think through detail and spot problems. And of course, they have imagination and they can see other opportunities. And that team doesn't have to be just from your own organization. Maybe you have some other partners in Turkey or abroad, and you always work together in some proposals. That's fine. You have a core network of 2 or 3. Okay, that doesn't mean that all of you will work in the same proposals, but you have a network, and you know that, you know, in this call, I may work with this institution, and I know a researcher or a project manager there, and we can work together so we can start building the proposal. Okay, this is often how it starts. Let's go now to identify opportunities. How do you find if a call is indeed relevant for you? I suppose that you that are already here obviously have done this exercise and think that these calls are relevant for you. So this is more generic. And
No, Odysseus, don't assume that.
Don't assume
Some
that.
people will be here because somebody told them you better go to this meeting, otherwise you're a naughty boy.
Yeah. There are two great instructors there. You may want to check them out.
So I'd like to stop here because this is an important issue. It's also a reflection of a conversation I had earlier on here with somebody. Depending on your approach here, you may, and this is typical, let's say, for an academic researcher. An academic researcher is obsessed with a particular subject. It's the classic professor who has a hammer and sees everything, is looking for a nail. So is obsessed with, medieval theology of a certain writer or something like that. So you're looking for a project on medieval theology. That's what, so you scan all the work programs to look for perhaps some keywords. Now, it may be, I was talking to somebody who works in aerospace. You might be interested in looking at all the call texts that mention aerospace to see if there is something relevant to what you're interested in. So this is, what I'm trying to say is there are two ways of approaching this. You can start off with your particular interest and find a match, or you can scan the calls, find calls that you feel you have the right expertise for, and then come up with an idea that fits the call, right? So there are various ways of entering into the flow that follows here that it says will lead you on through. The important thing is that moment when you say, I want to do a project on this, let me find a call, or let me find a call now, let me have the idea that fits with the call. And those two routes are important, but you need at the end of the day then to get to the point where you have the idea and that becomes a concept note. What it says, carry on.
So, how you identify opportunities? Christopher is correct. You need to identify the calls that are the best fit for you. So you start with the basics. Are you eligible? Are you eligible for this call? Then is this call worth it? We talked in the first session that if you see that in a call there is a 10 million budget and one project will be funded, then chances are, if you don't know which project will be funded, you are not in it. Okay, so maybe this is not a good fit for you. Then you have to think if you need partners. Most of the times you will, and what kind of partners. And then you have to find if you're if this proposal is relevant to you. Then you have to read the call and see, okay, maybe the title reminds me something, but is it really relevant? Can I address the challenges of the call? If you are a coordinator, you need to be able to address or to find others that will address all challenges, okay? You can't leave anything out. If you are aiming to be a participant, then maybe you can identify one or two challenges and sell your organization through them. Okay, so you can say, okay, you know, this and this challenge, we are the best. We can solve any problem in this challenge. So this is why you should include us in your consortium. And then you think, okay, can you write? If there is a co-fund, can you co-fund? If it's 50%, where are you going to find the other 50%? And can you implement? Okay, these are usually problems that nobody thinks when you're writing a proposal, but just mentioning them.
No, the go back capacity, can you write, can you implement? Really think that through. Yeah. So I work with some colleagues where my role is as a sounding board. We talk through possible calls that we're interested in commonly. He often comes up with a draft concept note that is very crap, and I spend time editing it, improving it, trying to get that right. And then my role is the editor. I write various bits and I correct what is given to me. So really important to have somebody in your team who has editorial capacity, who's strong in English. That doesn't mean in your team here in Turkey, it could be in your team in the consortium, right? But bear that in mind, think that through, that you need somebody who's able to really criticize the text and say, this logically does not read right. So at this stage, when you're trying to identify opportunities, it's very important to have, can you write, as I answered. The can you implement is a little bit more difficult, but it's doable. That is, if you have time, you can find people to.
Well,
to
you
do the
will have
job.
budget. By that time, you will have a budget, and with budget, you can hire the people that can help you implement the project. So usually, okay, implementation.
But
is the second.
I am involved in a project. I'm not the coordinator. I'm a principal. I'm involved in a project where I can say some of the key partners are incompetent. They
Yeah.
really are hopeless.
I think you need commitment. You need the commitment that if you don't have the capacity to implement at this point, when you are submitting a proposal, you need the commitment basically from the management that you will find this capacity if the proposal is successful. You may need to hire people, you may need to hire a project manager, an expert, because otherwise your reputation as a partner in European projects will be destroyed. Nobody will want you to be a part of their consortium again. Okay? You only need one bad project.
None of the partners is good in writing.
Same is for writing in the sense that if you are included in the consortium and you do not contribute actively when you are writing the proposal, then you're just a free rider. Why should I invite you again? I am willing to invite you now because you have a good case and I like you, and okay, I see that you can bring value to the project. That means I will need your contribution. If you're just advertising that, we have this and this and we have that many members, and I ask from you, okay, send me your profile, and it takes you 5 days to send a profile, that's not exactly good cooperation, even in writing, right?
You can still work with the consultant for the right company.
It's up to you, of course, if you have money.
Yeah, but that's not the way to do it, to outsource it to somebody else. I mean, at Maastricht, it wasn't my project. The director, he hired an outside consultancy to write a Horizon Europe, even though, he's Canadian. His English is perfect. The outside consultancy was terrible. Why? Because they didn't understand the subject.
Yes.
All right. They were not experts in that area, and they were not passionate about that area. So I think it's better to be honest, to say, this is our research interest, this is what we want to do. Yes, your profile, get it corrected for English if your English is not perfect, fine. But after that, if somebody says, please write a work package, which would be the right role for a Turkish organization, if you haven't got experience, the best role for you is to be a work package leader, right?
Yeah.
Because that builds your experience, it builds responsibility, that sort of thing. If you're worried about writing the work package description, say so, that your English is not going to be perfect, and give it in skeletal structure. That is, give a series of bullet points. We will do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things, keeping it as simple as possible, rather than writing a lot of text that then somebody has to bang their head against the wall to try and turn into something coherent. It's the logic of what you are proposing to do that is important. Somebody else can fix the English if there's somebody coordinating. So don't make the work too difficult for the other people, and be honest about your own limitations, and just say, look, we are technologists, we are innovation experts, we are a hub or something like that. English is not our strongest point. Sorry.
As a general rule, a consultant will never write the proposal for you. And that comes from a consultant. Okay? Even if you hire me or Christopher, we will not write the proposal for you. We cannot. We can edit it, we can review it, we can provide contribution, we can organize your contributions in a better way. But you know what you want to do, you know your capacities better than anyone. So any consultant can help you and support you, but it will need the exact same, maybe more time from you for a good result. Okay, so identifying opportunities. We have the call topics, and here we have the capability, what you can offer. Okay, so you read the call topic 1, and you say what we can offer in 1.1. Maybe this, we are a professional association with a long experience in inclusiveness in business. We have implemented these projects, not necessarily European projects, okay? And please see the link. This is something that you need to keep in mind, because this is the way you sell your capacities. This is the way that you sell your organization. Same for every call. You may not have a fit for every call, but you may have a fit for a few. So if you don't plan to be a coordinator and you just want to find your place in a consortium, you don't need to restrict yourself in just a single call. Okay, maybe you can fit in all 3 of them, maybe in 2 of them. An example, expanding acceleration ecosystems. So 1 million, 5 million, 5 proposals. We already explained that. Let's go now to introduce your organization. Now, what kind of partners and consortia you are looking for? You want them to be successful, you want them to be complementary. Because if you are not complementary, then what's your role in the project? And you want them to have experience in framework programs and work in an area of interest related to the call, obviously. And of course, be extrovert and willing to collaborate. It's not very easy to find, but I'm sure that if you give it some thought and try to pick on your networks, on your current networks, okay, you will definitely find some potential partners that you haven't thought so far. And there are a number of tools to find more, like the cluster collaboration platform. Already mentioned that in the beginning. I don't have it as a screenshot here, but this is the link. Horizon Results, Cordis, LinkedIn groups, European Enterprise Networks, Net for Society, Ideal IST, all these are tools. Some are very specific. For example, Ideal IST and Net for Society are more for ICT kind of calls. But depending on your area, they can all help you. You know, sometimes these are horizontal areas. So, and of course, Cordis for past results. Example. We don't have successful proposals, successful projects under innovation ecosystems at the moment, but we do have InnoSoup. So you may go back to Cordis, look at the successful partners and coordinators from InnoSoup and start contacting them, okay? Presenting your organization.
There are 2 stories here. One is introducing your organization, which is really a branding exercise. It's marketing. It's making sure that you're visible on LinkedIn, on all these places. It's highly unlikely that people are going to reach out to you, or if they do, it's likely that they're not the kind of person that you really want to be leading your organization, leading your consortium. But it's important nonetheless to be visible in that sense. It's a bit like the old question, why does Coca-Cola advertise? You know, everybody knows what Coca-Cola is. There's no need for them to advertise. They're just advertising to remind you that they exist. You need to remind people that you exist. Now, when it comes to actually finding the partners, go back again and check your own network. Remember what I said about everybody being their own ecosystem, their own innovation ecosystem anyway. Check your network at 1 and 2 steps. So if I'm looking for a partner, I usually think, who can I ask to find me a partner of this sort? Or another typical question is, I'm interested in this call. Do you know anybody if setting up a proposal for this call? These are questions that I will put to various acquaintances of mine when I'm trying to get involved or to lead a proposal. And And that's, for me, the most successful route is through my existing network, hopping 1-2 steps out. So I may be put in touch with somebody whom I don't know personally, but an intermediary knows.
I was about to say exactly that if you just send a cold mail in info, nobody will respond. However, for me, and it has worked so far, the best tool of this is LinkedIn, because it is a tool that where you can actually see how much your network is reaching out. So what I do is I go to Cordis, I find past projects, I find organizations from these past projects, say TNO, okay? Then I go to the website of these projects and I find deliverables. In the deliverables, I find names. So I see in one deliverable, for instance, that Christopher Brewster wrote this deliverable. Then I go to LinkedIn, I find Christopher, and I write directly to Christopher. And I read, hey, Christopher, I read a very interesting deliverable that you created for BlockIS project. What do you think of? Because I know that he's the one that will understand my mail, okay? Even he may choose to ignore it, of course, okay? But still, it's the person that I should address. He wrote that deliverable. He is the one that most probably will respond. And of course, from LinkedIn, you may not find the Christopher, but you may see that the TNO was, for instance, participating in that consortium. And then you look at your network and try to find someone from your network who may know someone at TNO. And you start like that. You know, this someone may introduce you to another someone, and another someone may introduce you. Yeah, I know it's a long process, but this is how you're building your network. And in that sense, this is why it's important for you to write, to coordinate, or at least to initiate 1 or 2 calls every year, because this will give you the chance to offer opportunities to others. You know, everybody wants to be a part of a network, especially if it's not coordinated by them. Why not?
And you learn who you feel you can work with as well, even if the project is not successful, just the process of putting the proposal together. You discover that this partner, I had a recent experience, drives you crazy. They're always making comments that are irrelevant and, you know, make everything spend twice as much time. By the end of the proposal, you're saying to yourself, oh my God, I hope this proposal doesn't get funded because I really don't want to work with them. and so that proposal is a useful learning experience. You're definitely not going to try and do a project with that person again, because it's hell working with them and you will avoid them. So that's very useful. And the other point really is there is not just the social benefit, the social credit of all coordinating and participating in such proposal. It is a numbers game. As the DSAS will tell you, you submit 10 and you're happy to get 1.
And that brings us to your concept. So if you are a coordinator, you have to think throughout all the steps and be able to coordinate the development of the concept. If you are not a coordinator, you still have to do the same, because you need to know the story, but then you need to position your organization somewhere. So you don't need to have the overall vision, because the overall vision will be given by a coordinator. But you need to be able to say, okay, there is a specific challenge in that call, and I can respond, I can address this specific challenge in a very good way. So you start by the challenge. What are the call challenge, the strategic objectives, the specific challenges, the work packages, the deliverables? You go through the way and you try to identify the actions and, you know, the final product, the final solution, the deliverable, through the actions that will respond to these challenges. Okay. We have a concept exercise exactly after that. So you get the call text, and again, what you do the same exercise as we did before lunch. You try to analyze the impact, the outcome, the scope, and the expected actions, and try to build something that will make sense. Okay, and this should make sense whether you are a coordinator, because if you are a coordinator, if you decide to be a coordinator, you need to convince others to join. If you're not a coordinator and you are a partner, then yes, you don't need to have everything in the concept, but you need to be very convincing so that you can convince coordinators to accept you in their own proposal. And this is kind of what we would expect. So kind of an acronym or a title, why you're trying to address this problem. Is it a priority? Is it a challenge? Is the solution available? What are we trying to do? What is the proposed solution? Well, so what are you going to do about that, and how you're going to do it? Okay. So we discussed, for instance, about inclusiveness. Okay, major challenge, major problem in all the calls that we saw. How are you going to address this inclusiveness? What are you going to do? Now, once you have that, then you are ready to start pitching your concept to consortia. Now, this is a kind of text that you could use if you want to coordinate. So I'm contacting you, blah, blah, blah. We are working on some ideas related to the following calls. You don't need to have to reveal everything. Our idea is tested and will be, in addition, very strong, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Obviously, you can adapt that depending on your role in the project. Are you a coordinator? Are you a partner? You can adapt that. If you're a coordinator, you can say that, you know, we are coordinating, we're thinking of coordinate, you know, the language is yours. And you try to pitch your concept and give some, present your institution, present yourself, and convince them that you are worth considering. So you need to sell your organization, you need to bring your network. How do you bring your network? Your organizations, and specifically for this call, you have strong networks in Turkey, okay? You have members, you are associations. You have, maybe you are educational institutions with students. Maybe you have strong links with the public administration. You work with the regional governments. Maybe you have already implemented some very successful projects in social innovation with the local municipality. So this is the network that you bring to convince the others to include you. If you are a business association and you have 600 or, I don't know, 1,000 members all over Europe or all over Turkey, then this is an asset. You should use it, okay? Because this is a way to increase the impact of the proposal and create better value chains and expand the geographical coverage. Because the project can say, now, you know, we have Turkey, and within Turkey we have this institution, and with the institution we have an outreach to another 1,000 or 2,000, 10,000 potential companies, entrepreneurs, beneficiaries, students, whatever. And this is, again, an advice on how you can sell yourself. You have to contribute actively. You have to be a valuable member of the team at the proposal stage. Okay, if you are a coordinator, you have to coordinate all these authors. Nobody can write a proposal alone anymore. Maybe that was the case in FP7. Not anymore. You need a team, and the team needs to be from all participants. You cannot take the role of a participant and describe their role in the project. They need to do that. If they can't, kick them out of the project. They are useless.
Be tough.
Yeah,
Keep
be
people
tough.
out. Very
Be tough.
good.
Yeah. So you need to take responsibility for the tasks, assign resources, estimate costs. This is the jobs that you need to do. And finally, you need somehow to negotiate your budget. Now, I will not go into detail in budgeting because we have a session tomorrow on implementation and budget. So what I want you to take out of this is that you need to know the call budget, discuss that. You know that this call can be either $500,000 or 1.5. This is the, the maximum of that this call can reach. That means that every new partner you are including, you need to consider that this partner will chip off some budget. Okay, the more partners, the less budget they will be able to spread. And so when you are joining a consortium and you want to negotiate it with a coordinator, you need to be reasonable. Okay, you cannot be, the one partner that joins a consortium and say, I'd like $500,000. You need to be reasonable and you need to negotiate with a coordinator on a good faith. And of course, remember that the final budget will be allocated after the detailed resource allocation. So you may be given a ceiling by the coordinator and say, we can afford up to 50K, 100K. So whatever you want to do, you need to do it with less. Because unfortunately, this is our restriction. We don't have unlimited budget. So you need to design your activities and your interventions according to that. And then you have to explain where you will spend money, how resources. Now, these do not always apply to lump sum. Okay? We have a lump sum here, so it doesn't apply. And then you finalize and submit. Remember that writing a proposal is an agile process. So you don't start at one point and then you go sequentially, you write everything. You write something, you go back, you correct, you come up with some new ideas, you feed it back, you discuss with the partners, maybe you include some other stakeholders in it, they provide some guidance. So it's a process where every day, every week, every month, you elaborate a little, you end up with 100 pages, which then you will have to reduce to 30. Okay. That's the problem, believe me. 30 pages are more difficult to write than 70 pages. And then you submit the proposal. Now, final advice. Before you submit, ask people to check the whole text. Christopher already mentioned that, whether you are a participant or a coordinator, or if you don't have good language skills, try to find them from other partners. Make sure that formatting is according to specifications. We have quite strict rules now, specific number of text size, format, layout, fonts. Don't forget to fill tables and sections. Don't make sure that you don't lose anything. Okay. I'm sure that you all know how to work on that, but we had to remind you that. So follow up, what happens after? You submit. Great. You can now relax. Okay. You can now relax for about 5 months. During that time, you have the evaluation, which is taking place offline by independent reviewers, usually 3 of them. take your proposal, they evaluate it, and they send it back to a project officer. And then at some point, there is a consensus meeting somewhere here, and you get an initial evaluation report. So all comments are consolidated. Once you do that, then the unvalidated partners will start receiving emails.
Hold on. You assume that the project's been accepted.
Yes.
Right.
Well,
9 times out of 10,
you don't
then-
know yet.
You
don't know yet. I'll be there.
you cry terribly because the evaluation report is terrible.
No, you haven't seen that yet. You haven't seen that yet. We are here. Info
Okay.
to beneficiaries is later.
All right, all
Okay,
right.
so you don't know yet. Maybe some of your beneficiaries start receiving emails. Okay, maybe not. It's an indication, but doesn't mean a lot of things. At some point, you will get the info. Don't worry about it. They start with the word rejection. So you don't have to worry about, you don't have to open the letter, go to the portal, download. No, they start rejection. So you don't need to go and read the whole letter. It's a rejection. You throw it away. If it's not, then you can celebrate once more, and then you have about 3 months for grant preparation, where the project officer will contact the coordinator, and you will start preparing for the grant agreement. Yes. You get some. You get some, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you can read the evaluation report carefully for the rejection, and it's just depressing. So
It's depressing,
some of
yeah.
us avoid it, but some of us are sensible and read it and try and learn from it.
I leave it for next year when I decide if I will submit or something.
Right, because you will discover, if you have some experience, that a lot of the comments reflect a misunderstanding of your proposal. So I've had texts, proposals rejected with comments that it was impossible. I mean, that comment had nothing to do with my proposal, or was very, very strange. Like they were really, really trying to reject it for them to say that. They were trying to find a reason to say no. So a big proposal I really worked very, very hard on got rejected, saying, one of the comments, wasn't the only one, but one of the comments I remember was insufficient gender balance in the management team. Now that's an example of really trying to reject a proposal.
But this can happen. I've been an evaluator and I've been in panel reviews. So you get, 5, 6 proposals in your group, and you need to approve, say, 1, but both 2 of them are quite nice. And then there is a consensus meeting when you sit with the other evaluators and the project officer and you say, okay, which one do we approve now? So you need to lower a little bit the mark of the second one and give some convincing comments, because you can say that your proposal is excellent, but we decided to give the money to the other one. You need some kind of justification for that. So most of the times you find in the comments that everything was quite good. And I'm talking about proposals that go above 10 or 11. Okay.
14.5.
Yeah. We had such examples. Yeah. And of course, it can often happen. I mean, I remember Block IS, the first time that we submitted, it took 9.5. So we were rejected. Okay. Straight. No, not even selected for the second grant, the second stage. Next year, we changed just tiny things, and we get the project. So you never know. Maybe it was the competition the first year. Maybe, we didn't change a lot of things, just things here and there. Anyway, yes. The reserve list is all proposals that weren't able to get funding, go to the reserve list. And if for some reason the Commission decides to increase the funding or to, something like this, a withdrawal in the selected proposals takes place, or let's say one of the approved proposals isn't able to meet the legal requirements, then you're happy enough. If you are in the reserve list, it has happened to me that we had one project that was on the reserve list. I think it was something like 2014. So the program was ongoing, and then they realized at 2015, so 1 year later, they realized that there were some money still from the whole project, from the whole action. So let's say something like the whole European innovation ecosystem, not just a specific call. And they decided to fund us 1 year later. So there's always hope. So that's all from this presentation. The roadmap to participation in an Horizon proposal. That's what we talked about. And of course, understanding how proposal writing works and how to join a consortium. Now, can I get this, the next one, Anil? About, I don't know, I don't remember the name, the title. The exercise. Yes, that's one. Now, there is an exercise for you, okay? I would like you to split into groups, 4 or 5 people each group, and pick one of the 3 forthcoming calls. Maybe you can split your groups according to the call that you would like to pursue. Read carefully and try to create your first concept notes. Doesn't matter if you are a coordinator or a participant, you decide. Although I think that since you are quite a lot of people here, you can act as a coordinator. So one of you can act as a coordinator, the rest of the members of the team as participants. And try to understand the call. We already explained the calls, so I hope that you have a good understanding now. And try to create a concept note. So what kind of outputs are expected and how you're going to address them, aim, objective of the action, what can you cover, what you need. Maybe you don't have all the partners that you need, okay? So maybe you are missing, of course, a strong innovator. So you will mention that. And then try to design the work packages, not tasks, just work packages, the framework. Now, I will give you 30 minutes for this. I have another slide.
So remember here, we're not looking for some amazing text. We're looking for half a page of bullet points to do the concept. What is the idea? What will you try and do? And perhaps design 3 to 5 work packages. Again, just the title of the work package. 1 sentence at most to say what the work package is about. So
yeah,
you've got 30 minutes, but it's doable if you limit yourself. Just try and find the core idea.
So what is expected? What's a successful concept note? It has to be clear, it has to highlight the benefits, short, if you can show the numbers, so we have members, we have networks, and what should include who you are, what you do, what you have achieved so far, mission, vision of the institution, what are you going to do, how we want to do it, with whom you want to work, how this project will improve your position. Remember, you don't have to include all of this, okay? I have this to help you create an elaborate business, you can use, I'll show you what. No, can we go, Anil? Can we go back to the previous presentation? The one before. Yes, that one. Okay. No. Okay. Use this structure. Okay. In addition to that, we want the work packages. Just titles of the work packages, nothing more. You can, of course, drink some coffee or tea with my guest. We can open the door so we can get some fresh air. 30 minutes, and then at the end of 30 minutes, each team will present the concept note. I will give you maybe 5 minutes to each team. Okay, how many people? 5. 10? We want 4 to 5 teams. Of course. Yeah. We can do it. I don't want to lose time, but the idea is that you go around, you introduce yourselves. If you want to do it here, yes, even better. But I don't know if we have enough time to go through all the people.
I would treat this as a challenge. Just pick 3 or 4 people randomly and just say, right, we're going to construct a project. What can you offer? It may not work at all, but actually it's a very good exercise to see, can you work with people who are very different from you to create, after all, if you're here, you're interested in creating an innovation ecosystem. So
okay,
come together.
Let me ask this. Who would be interested in the first, in Connect 1-1? Connect 1-1. Oh, yes. Let me see hands. Okay, you are one group. Connect 1-2. Okay, 1-2, another group. There you go. It doesn't matter if you are from different institutions or if your institutions are the same. You work as one team. So Connect 1-1 there, Connect 1-2 somewhere here, I don't know, here. And then we need the scale up. Okay, scale up. So 3 teams will make things easier. If you don't want to be in Connect 1-2, you can join another team. You can join both of them.
Hello? Yeah. You better bring it to a close. Hello? So how many concept notes do we have? 1, 2, 3. Do we have another one there? How many concept notes do we have? So that makes 4. Okay. All right. One by one, somebody should come up here and offer to tell us about it. Who's going to come first? Do you want to?
Our problem is in Turkey, especially in Turkey and in Istanbul. We don't have enough awareness and capacity on green agenda of the European Union. So we want to actually mainstream. The overall goal of our project is to mainstream and capacity building for green agenda in innovation ecosystems by integrating actually NGOs like green agenda stakeholders, main stakeholders into the innovation ecosystems of Istanbul and especially Istanbul and a developed, how can I say it, European innovation in cooperation with a developed European innovation ecosystem. So firstly, we want to analyze the first work package will be to analyze the current situation in terms of the innovation ecosystem and how well the green agenda is accepted and what are the gap in terms of skill gaps for integrating and mainstreaming and for like project management in this field in the innovation ecosystem. And we will carry out benchmark studies. We will analyze our situation also, the situation in more developed countries, how they adopted solutions, how they work or do not work. I mean, best cases, worst cases. Like the second one is co-creation of our business model for how can I say it? We want to develop a kind of a business model for for bringing together the main actors, mainly the quadruple helix, to work for green agenda aims in the long term, not in the short term, but in the long term. It will be a focused cooperation activity. So mainly, but in the local context, how can we sustain this, cooperation, focusing on green agenda capacity building, and we want to especially co-design with the green agenda advocates, which are available in the local in our city, but not main actors in our innovation ecosystem, which are also present in European Union in different fields, but not are in the center of innovation ecosystems. So we want to bring them into the center of our innovation ecosystem. The third one is capacity building. Apart from this model, capacity building through coaching sessions, trainings, implementation side, and the rest is not developed yet.
All right. My first reaction is, I mean, it's a very nice skeleton. It's a very nice general structure. But it feels like you have taken a buzzword, green agenda, and you're ticking boxes. and there isn't yet a focus. What is it? What kind of innovation are you thinking about with regard to Green Agenda? Right? Green Agenda is too big a subject. It's like, what is it that Miss World candidates always say? I want to save the world and bring world peace. Well, it's a bit like that. I want to make the world peaceful. It's too vague. So it needs a bit more focus, a bit more sharpness as to what kind of innovation, what aspect of the Green Agenda are you interested in? There are many aspects here, and there are many sub-communities within that area. So I would suggest that you come up with at least a prototypical, a typical example of an innovation of some kind, social, technological, structural, or anything else, just to have as an example to give.
Like actually our focus was a kind of business model that brings together different sectors. But
for example,
still,
give me an example.
We had an experience.
I mean, it might be a Turkish example, it might be a foreign example. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be.
In 2015, we had a national strategy for this, public, university, in industry and civil society cooperation strategy. And we implemented this based on a specific model. That didn't work much. So actually, we wanted to transform it and focus it on green agenda, but okay, you are right. It is still very large, very large. Yeah. And it had also a platform, internet platform, which was a very developed one, but didn't work because we couldn't achieve a critical mass on the platform. So that was the main problem. Maybe that can be seen as a innovation. No, not.
Do you have other comments to add?
If you tried something and didn't work,
we tried, yes.
then you need to find something that will work. So you can use some results, even if these results were, I won't say unsuccessful, but let's say that they didn't reach the original expected outputs or expected results. So, however, try to adapt it for this call. So you may say that, we did something in the past, don't say that it wasn't successful. We did something in the past, we feel that we can adapt it. But don't repeat exactly what you said in the past. So you need to find some way to reframe it for this particular call and find the right partners that you need in order to help you. I know that the time that was given to you, it's very short, right? We don't expect you to come with a full-blown idea and the full concept note. Of course not. The reason for this exercise is to make you talk to each other. Try to understand what you have to suggest to others if you want to sell your ideas and start thinking, co-creating, so to speak, okay? So that's the reason of the exercise. Now, of course, you can use past experiences, but try to think how they fit in this context, in European innovation ecosystems. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, who's next? Do you want to go next over there? Not yet. Tough. Give the microphone to them. Go on.
Hello, everyone. We work on the Connect call 0102. So our current situation is the social and regional challenges
that occurs in Konya because of the climate change. So because of the excessive water usage in Konya and plus the climate change effects, there are recent incidents involving sinkholes that affects the social and economical development in Konya, which results in regional migration, decrease in agricultural production, and it has a high impact on socially disadvantaged groups there. So our consortium has a coordinator is actually the Konya Metropolitan Municipality we have here. As Yıldız Technical University TTO, we are going to be a partner for with our academics and research centers. We have Energy that will transfer the knowledge of solar panels in agricultural systems, which is an innovative idea. And also we have a social innovation agency in Konya as a partner. Then we are going to have 4 other partners from Poland and Finland, which are the major agricultural production in Europe and has sustainable farming innovations. So we are planning to create a sustainable cooperative system in Konya with the know-how transfer from Holland and Finland. Let's see. We are going to use the tested innovation models in Holland and Finland in Konya. So we are basically using the innovative ideas that has scaling up potentials in Konya agricultural fields. And we are going to exchange the knowledge by gathering researchers to Konya from Europe and interlink the social innovator actors. As I mentioned before, we have a social innovation agency in our consortium. So we are going to interlink them with SMEs and research centers in Holland and Finland that works in the agricultural field and innovation.
Okay, this is very nice. I mean, you've done a lot of thinking, and it's quite impressive the way you thought it all out so far. I am wondering whether, yes, you need to be careful that it doesn't look too much like a innovation or research and innovation action, that it's actually, the emphasis is really on the ecosystem building rather than on a solution that you're going to offer to your local farmers. It's more, remember, this is to enable people in the Konya area then to come up with innovations of their own sort. The other question I would have is your Polish and your Finnish partner really the right kind of partner, given that your geographical area is so different from Finland or Poland, where in those countries there's a lot more water, there is no water shortage challenge, that sort of thing. Would you perhaps need to think perhaps of finding a partner in a more arid area in Europe, let's say in Spain or somewhere like that, where they already are dealing with water shortage problems already for a while? That doesn't mean they've solved it, but I'm just saying you might be finding a cluster or an innovation actor there that could bring a different kind of expertise than your Finnish or Polish partners. That's just a question. It's really, I mean, you may be able to tell a very good story about your Polish and Finnish partners, but that's my first thought here. Odysseus, do you have additional comments?
I think it's well thought, given the time that you had to prepare it. Yeah, I think I agree with Christopher's comment. Try to find partners that share the same problems with you and maybe can offer something towards the solution. Maybe your narrative, the narrative that you want to create is appropriate for Finnish and Polish. But don't think what partners you already have. I mean, I know it's inevitable, okay? But if you think like that, then you have probably to adapt your proposals to your partners. So first try to think if you have, I mean, if you believe a lot in your concept, it doesn't matter if you don't have a partner right now, you will find them. If your concept is more weak and you are willing to adapt it to,
I always think that's about
yeah. Yeah, but maybe, I mean, if they don't have such a strong feeling of what they want to do, then they want just to join a consortium, then they need to adapt. Yeah, yes, of course. Then you're not going to lead, of course.
As a little note, we actually Googled the sustainable farming techniques and the countries in our time. So we found that Finland and Holland has many innovative ideas and SMEs on sustainable farming. That's why we add them into our consortium to test, to scale up their tested ideas in Konya to raise the agricultural production. But as you said, Spain may be another consortium member too. So that's all, I guess.
All right, next one. Who am I going to torture now? You want to be tortured next, right?
So our offer is for the Connect 0102, social entrepreneurship. And our project's name is Fostering Technological Solutions for Increasing the Life Quality of Disabled Children. So here, the main problem is that there's a lack of technologies analyzing the physical needs of disabled children in Turkey. Therefore, based on the citizen engagement related initiatives of European Union, we want to address the inclusion of disadvantaged people, in this case children, in terms of the social entrepreneurship. And our solution is currently available in Belgium, as far as we know, but now we want to carry out this solution in Turkey and advance it to the neighboring regions. And this problem is important because in the past, I'm reading it through here, so that's a problem. Inclusion of these people is important because we think that in the future, this would be much harder and a required solution for Turkey as well as the neighboring countries. And priority that we will be tackling here is the European way of life in order to increase the life quality and welfare of these disabled children. And why us? Because our coordinator, our coordinator here is Osman Gazi University, who has already established some networks as well as the solutions for this problem. And now they want to increase this number of solutions provided in this field with our support. And I will talk about our consortium later on. But here, our solution would be creating a social innovation ecosystem, bringing all the stakeholders trying to foster the development of this kind of technologies in order to sustain better life for the disabled children. Here, we would like to increase the awareness of the stakeholders through meetups, roundtable discussions, best practices transfer as a first activity. Then we will be fostering the development of these technologies through bringing up all the people, startups with the solution ideas, and we will be doing that through hackathons, ideathons, bootcamps, competitions, and similar activities. Here we have some outcomes. First one is generating 50 new ideas, then validating these 50 ideas through the incubation program that we will be developing. And then we will be having 5 new startups established as a result of these ideas. And while doing this awareness raising activities, we want to have at least 20 events in order to increase the awareness in Turkey about this issue. And in the end, we want to have a business model for implementing this idea. So the impact in the next 10 years, not 5, maybe 10, because this will be the technologies that we will be developing and there will be some time in order to validate them. We will be having at least 1,000 children benefiting from these technologies and solving their problems in order to increase their life quality. And in order to do that, we are 5 partners plus European partners, 5 partners here and the partners that you cannot see. First, our coordinator, Osman Gazi University. Then for the transfer of the results in terms of the startups inclusion as well, Özyeğin University Technology Transfer Office. Then for finding startups and organizations and people and implementing the incubation programs, hackathons, Girvak and Viveka. And looking for the more policy making and outreach side, we have Ataşehir Belediyesi, Ataşehir Municipality here. And then we have 2 EU partners in our consortium, one technology firm specialized in Holland to bring up the best practices for the disruptive technologies and the technologies in this side, and one research firm from Finland, who is one of the famous countries for this kind of technologies. And when we look at the proposed budgets, here we will be having 125,000 euros for Osman Gazi University, same for Viveka and Girvak. And then when we look at the transfer of the results for Özyeğin University and for the Ataşehir Municipality, we will be having $75,000 because euros, sorry. And for the EU partners who will be bringing the best practices, we will be having 50,000 euros for each. And in the end, we will be having a €500,000 budget. Thanks for listening.
Okay,
I hope
it
was clear. Yeah.
That was quite impressive. Very, very extensively thought out. My main worry would be, it sounds the way you're telling the story like there's a specific technology you want to transfer and deliver, but I think that's not what you meant. I mean, what I'm trying to say is it feels like you know what technology you want what you want to get it and bring it to Turkey, but what you need to emphasize
actually, we want to generate ideas for the solutions.
Is the ecosystem building aspect that really has to be visible and strongly visible in such a proposal. I like the focus. I think it's very nice that you've got a particular domain, disabled children, and I think that ticks a lot of boxes there on the social innovation side. So on the inclusion side, because you're not really doing social innovation here, you're still taking a traditional technology-driven innovation model. You're saying we will produce a technological product that will help disabled children. So it is inclusive, but not social innovation in that sense. Now, which call is it? Is it the social innovation call that you're addressing?
Yes.
So it's not the right call.
Maybe we will generate the methodology, and with the startups, we'll try to implement without getting any money as a non-profit perspective.
No. But what this means is you can't just say we will do this without any money and say that that's social innovation. No, you really need to think here about what is the current social situation of these disabled children. How are they looked after by society, by their parents, by their families, by the state? And how is that going to be changed? Possibly because of your technology. Do you understand? So where does the change occur in the social dynamics as a result of what you're trying to do? right? It may be, let's say, that as a result of your technology, you're going to lower the cost of looking after a disabled child. So therefore, what you actually need is to think about the policy state interventions that are there to help disabled children, at which you are then talking about social innovation. But that's not how you presented it. Do you understand? So you need to think about the policy dimensions, the legal aspects, the mechanisms that exist in Turkish society to look after disabled children in comparison or contrast with places in the EU, where there is huge variety. In some European countries, disabled children are really, really looked after. In some countries, they're really not looked after, right? Or they're very, very badly looked after. So it's not, the EU is not a paradise for disabled children as a whole. So once you start looking at it multidimensionally and not just about this product or this set of technologies, then you're talking about social innovation coherently, and then it might fit with that call. Odysseas, do you agree?
Yeah, I fully agree. I think you need to spin a little bit your idea, because the structure is very good, and you obviously have something there, and disabled children is always of great interest to society, and everybody would love such a proposal. Maybe it's not the most relevant call, or maybe you want to adapt your proposal to the call by addressing a number of other challenges, as Christopher said. But other than that, I only have one small comment. I don't think that partners from Eastern Europe will agree to join just for 50K. You need to, when you budgeting for such proposals, remember that they have very high rates. Okay, they will not agree to enter such a project for, I don't want to give a number, but it will be high. Okay.
So we have to spin this to an ecosystem building
Yes.
design, right? And social innovation. Okay.
But it's a good aspect. I mean, you have something there. Just need to torture it enough so it tells you the truth.
Okay. I guess what we have to do is like to bring more information about the background side to back up this information that we were sharing here, the idea.
With the budget design, you're in effect, you've got too many partners already. You need to sort of.
Yeah, we were just trying to be like involve everyone over here.
It was great that you worked out all this detail. I thought that was great, but you have too many partners there.
Of course.
For this kind of situation. So you need to kind of bring them together into a fewer partners and think about realistically the budgets.
Sure. Thank you.
Now, I think it's your turn here in front.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to go through the details of our project called CreateFake. That is being achieved with the coordination of Istanbul Development Agency and the other partners, local partners we see here, with addition of our European partners. And they will be consisting of F6S, one of the most famous and most successful acceleration program holders, a French high-tech ICT, and University of Twente. We will be relying on their procurement expertise and business model creation. And with regards to the statistics provided by Eurostat Startup Centrum, lately most of the companies receiving funds from VCs or angel investors are becoming the AI and gaming or ICT-based companies. So that is leaving a big gap for creative industries. And we would like to provide the same opportunity for youth who are active in creative industries. And with our coordinator, Istanbul Development Agency's background and expertise with the newly established center, Idea to Business Center, and with their expertise and successful stories with that, and creating a unicorn from Istanbul, and that unicorn also dividing some of the investments to support new startups. We are hoping to achieve our activities. Our activities we will first obviously project management team, and afterwards we'll be implementing a survey pan-European wise, and also in this way we'll be able to analyze the skill gaps in the sector we are aiming for, and afterwards with the results we'll be going our next step for acceleration programs with provided mentorship through our partners and also the support of some governmental institutes. We'll be and also knowing, bearing in mind that most of the startups and SMEs are not unfortunately going through their first year or second year, so we'll be providing them the prototyping or financial backgrounds, and also helping them institutionalizing, so that they can we can donate them with the skills they need to sustain their life a little longer. And although we are planning our activities for creative industries with bearing in mind the latest pandemic effects, most of the creative industries could not perform, and thus they could not survive. So we are hoping to embed technological some applications and solutions to be able to perform their activities with technology supported applications. So in this way, they will also be able to attract VCs and some investments from technological departments as well. And going back to our work packages, we'll also be providing job shadowing opportunities, and also we'll be finalizing our closure activity in the European Commission Center with our well-performed and demonstrated show to European authorities.
Which call you were going for? Which call?
The scale up.
Scale.
We are hoping to improve youth employability.
Okay, I have the feeling here there are a bunch of interesting bits and pieces, but the story is not coherent yet. So you are this Istanbul agency,
development agency is the coordinator.
When you say creative industries, what are you referring to? What kind of creative industry?
Arts and music.
Sorry?
Arts and music.
Arts and music. Okay. So what is it that the ecosystem here in Turkey needs to learn about arts and music from elsewhere? What would make it better? It's not clear to me from your story.
What will make it better will be with relying on the statistic facts that arts and music, especially with the latest improvements, most majority of the youth are skipping towards technological departments. So this is leaving a big gap for arts and music enthusiasts to sustain their goals or their dreams to become professionals in that area.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, this is an example where I felt that there's a kind of jump, is you say, we'll do a survey all over Europe and then take from that the lessons. I'm not really clear what the survey would do or would tell you. And you don't really have a coherent story yet to me about what kind of ecosystem, let's say a strong ecosystem that you would need to have as a partner. That's not clear to me yet, that what you are saying. So a few bits and pieces that make sense, but a lot more work on telling a coherent story is needed there. arts is an interesting one from an ecosystem perspective, because if you think about it, on the one hand, depending on the kind of art, they're either very well connected internationally or they're completely nationally focused. So I think, let's say Turkish music is very, very much in Turkey and not elsewhere. But I imagine in other arts areas, they are far better connected internationally. So again, that raises certain interesting issues as to what areas you're going to actually focus on and what areas actually can learn from other parts of Europe, or what you could teach them. It doesn't have to be just in one direction. I want to emphasize that. Odysseus, do you have anything else to say? I mean, your idea that you're going to have a huge company success at the end of it sounds a little bit far-fetched in the arts.
I didn't hear any use or any alignment with entrepreneurship framework. Did you took that in line? Maybe did you took that into consideration?
Yes, we had a look, but with the limited time, we could only gather this much.
Okay, okay. Because you need to start from there. Creative arts is one of the emerging industries, and they are already supported through Creative Europe program. So you need to look at the activities of Creative Europe and try to find some synergies with that. And that will tick you a few more boxes, because indeed there is a full program supporting creative industries. And based on what you see in that program and the requirements of this, maybe you can create something that is complementary to it. Okay. Thank you so much for your patience. I'm amazed that you are still here. Do you have any exercise to do? Yeah. Okay. I hope we'll see you again tomorrow. And we'll start at 9:30. Don't worry, we won't have any other exercises for you. So tomorrow we have sessions about how to write your proposals with using our experiences and our knowledge from the past. We will have noon, of course. We have some good examples from the past, so you can use all this to help you elaborate and help you form your concepts. Have a nice afternoon, have a good rest, and see you tomorrow.